All right, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for attending this panel discussion. It's one in the series of big conversations, which is a new introduction, a special feature of Carifesta 15 going on now in Barbados. I'm Andrea Wells. I'm here to give you a special welcome on behalf of the National Cultural Foundation, which is the organization in collaboration with the Carifesta Secretariat that is producing Carifesta 15 in Barbados. For those of you who are here and those of you who are joining us online, a brief background as to the aim of this activity. Across the Caribbean, Rastafarian communities have nurtured autonomous ways of life, self-reliance grounded in liberty, spiritual consciousness, self-reliance and resistance to the systems referred to as Babylon. These enclaves built on organic farming, artisanal crafts, herbal medicine, and communal economies embody a living blackprint for sustainability, rooted in cultural identity and collective well-being. This big conversation honors these traditions, not as commodities to be extracted, but as knowledge systems to be respected and learned from. Through personal storytelling and lived testimony, panelists will share how creativity, spiritual practice, and economic self-reliance intertwine. In parallel, we will spotlight initiatives and ventures where these values have successfully translated into viable community-based industries, aligning economic innovation with cultural preservation. In keeping with the Carifesta 15 theme and architecture of innovation, the session will explore how such models can inspire cross-sector collaboration without exploitation, building pathways where cultural integrity and economic resilience reinforce each other. Together we ask, how can we protect the sanctity of liberty while fostering growth in the creative industries? What partnerships, policies, and investments can help these communities thrive on their own terms? At this point, I hand you over to our co-moderator, Dr. Lisa Suarez, who will take it from here. I thank you all for attending.
Hello, hello. Mic check. Thank you, Ms. Wells. Can everybody hear me properly? Good. Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody feeling good? Yes? Firstly, can I ask you guys to just please move to the front as best you can? Because this is supposed to be an interactive conversation. I just want us to feel like a community, please. Right, and as I go from there, I'm going to say welcome to I to Industry Rastafari. This is a very important conversation for our community, and I'm also going to extend an apology to the community for the location not being accurate and a bit misguided, being at Codrington, and the importance of this being at Marcus Garvey Amphitheatre is really significant for this conversation. So with that being said, let's get into it. So we have three esteemed panelists here with us today. How this is going to go is that I'm going to introduce them, they're going to do their segments, and then we're going to open it up for all of us to come together with our big conversation. Is that good with everybody? Yes, the flow? Okay, good. So we have first panelist Empress Felicia Osula Holder. She's going to be speaking about Untangle, Harnessing Our Unique Heritage. Then we have panelist 2, Ras Simba Akoma. He's going to be speaking on post-independence and the underdevelopment of the Rastafari community. And then, of course, we have Empress Donisha. Thank you for making the time to be here, Empress. Speaking on Pinnacle, the black print of an independent nation. Now, let me also just say that this is a Caribbean dialogue because, yes, we're in Barbados, but Jamaica is also fully represented, and this is a one CARICOM, we are we, so let's just get together and do this the right way as best as we can. So with that being said, I'm going to get into introducing Empress Hulda. So Felicia Osila is a creative entrepreneur who centers her artistic expression around crochet fiber art and design. Ursula sees herself as a fractal of this universe, manifested in this dispensation as a Rastafari female. She has been crocheting for as long as she has been trotting Rastafari, of which she owes much of her determination and resilience. Empress has found balance in channeling her inspiration toward occupational happiness as a creative through artistic expression and teaching using crochet therapy. Empress has also won bronze and also silver medals in the National Independence Festival of Creative Arts in 2017, and also a silver medal in the NIFCA exhibition as well. She brings to this conversation a contemporary and nuanced perspective as a young, bold, articulate speaker who is willing to bring bold visions. So let's welcome Empress Holder to the panel to share her contributions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I firstly want to give thanks for the invitation to be here. And as Lisa said, I would have participated in the NIFCA celebrations for 2024, and I got a silver medal for that. I brought one of the pieces which is hung at the back. That is a crochet fiber art piece. It's a wall hanging. And I want to try to center my conversation in this United Industry reasoning around crochet fiber art. I think, though, that in everything we must reflect on history. And I think that that's how we get to chart our future as African people and as Rastafari people. So I am going to begin with a quote from His Imperial Majesty. And it says, "A well-informed public opinion is essential for the growth of political and social awareness. And only he who is informed can comment intelligently on his nation's development, and only by such comment can errors be corrected and progress stimulated." And I would like to, for my 20 minutes, ground my conversation in that understanding of information and education. So I will start with a bit of history. As Lisa said, my background is in crochet. And one of the things that we as crochet artists would say is we have to untangle yarn. And untangle in this sense, I want to use that to straighten out some of the, I guess, misconceptions, and also kind of bring a clarity to where I see industry from a fiber arts perspective and Rastafari. So for myself, I really don't like to untangle yarn. I don't like to have to, untangle knots. And when it's a whole big ball of yarn, sometimes I want to throw it away. But what I sometimes have to do is untangle yarn. And in my conversation here now, I want to try to untangle a little bit for us so we can chart a way forward intelligently. In the lead up to this conversation, we were asked to send a song that we think would be able to center our conversation. I haven't heard it played, but I will still like to share what the song was that I would have written as my guiding light, so to speak, for the conversation. And that is Credited by Midnight. Credited is a song that I think lends to the organically created, artisanal business-minded potential of the early Rastafari people. And a part of that song says, or is a reminder of the attitude of joyous heart, a royal demeanor in doing things difficult. And for me, when I was thinking about this conversation, to me, untangle or untangling needs to be approached from a demeanor of royalty, even though when we are doing something difficult. I want to share a bit of history, and I think we all could chart the trajectory of Rastafari movement, so bear with me. The birth of Rastafari. Rastafari was one of a disenfranchised and impoverished anti-colonial people. A people paying homage to African king in Haile Selassie. And I guess we could say it started from in Jamaica in the 1930s when His Majesty was crowned King of Kings and Lord of Lords. The Rastafari movement, social and political, it has faced countercultural, it was a countercultural stance to the colonial governments of the time. And as Sister Denisha would have said earlier, Pinnacle in St. Catherine was the brainchild of Leonard Howell. And Leonard Howell, as the Jamaica Gleaner would have said, was what he did with Pinnacle. He created a space and a concept for industry and self-reliance and resilience for the community there. Now, this would have been 3 decades or so before Jamaica would gain independence, political independence. And a feat like this, I think, is incredible, you know, and of course we need to acknowledge the drive of those early persons. So if we could see the trajectory of Rastafari spreading from Jamaica across the Caribbean, then we could see the influence of Rastafari on Caribbean culture and the early Rastafari elders who were persecuted, prosecuted, hair trimmed, and we have examples of that across the Caribbean with the Dread in Dominica, the Black Friday killings in Jamaica. We have examples from anecdotal references in Jamaica where persons were trimmed in the street. So in acknowledging these things, I think that Rastafari was still able to rise, and still able to rise by necessity. Rastafari is an organic creation, I think. This is my opinion. It's an organic creation, and it has become a huge creative force, and it influences cultural production across the Caribbean. And when we look at that cultural production in a contemporary sense, it's evident that the role that Rastafari has played in the development and the dissemination of reggae music, like what was spoken about earlier, the impact of visual arts, literary arts, performing arts, and in some extent even culinary arts now in this time. And of course my point of purpose would be crafts and art sold as souvenir and emblems of our own Caribbean culture. In doing research for this conversation, I came across some articles, academic articles, but I think that it's still important to highlight them. And one such article said that the on-the-ground reality that Rastafari participates in Jamaican tourist industry as musicians, craft vendors, and informal guides, operators of ecotourism ventures, or roadside providers of vital food. These activities in public and private sector actors have marketed and promoted the image of Rastafari culture for years from its inception. And across the Caribbean, indirectly and directly, we have channeled millions of dollars into our respective economies through organic agriculture, our varying talents, and most of all, some would argue, even through our spiritual-centered use of marijuana and ganja. How do I think that we could center a Rastafari economy around fiber arts? For me, I think that the Rastafari community must be credited for being the first pioneer artisans. And again, as Midnight in the same song credited said, the first artisans called vendors by mistaken. And by mistaken in that for many of the pioneers, working in the system was not an option. And because of these restrictions at the time, we needed to provide for our family. And I say we as if I was one, but I mean the early artisans. They would need to provide for family and lend to the necessity of creating using their hands. Today, we can look in the Barbadian space and see many families, Rastafari families, who have sustained through the years by arts. One such family, as you will see the young lady who's doing the management of the space. She is the daughter of well-renowned artist Aisa Burnett and Isage Burnett. I had a conversation with Aisa yesterday, and even though that she would not have been directly influenced by fiber arts, her purpose or her point of purpose would have been textile. And in talking to her, I was asking her, like, what led her to work for self, create a business from textile. And she said to me, you know, Osula, you remember when we had the space in Cheapside? It came out of necessity where Nyamko would have been in the pram and Isuke would have been in the cupboard. And that would have been because we wanted to mind our children, not necessarily want them in a nursery or some other space. So in that way, her testimony proving the point of Rastafari looking to self, looking to creating business and sustaining life for self and also for family. And this, I think, perceived or realized, I think this also, I should say, led to the perceived or realized criminality of the community, where many of our men and fathers would have been incarcerated due to ganja prohibition. And many women within the Rastafari community would have been forced to be sole providers. Sole providers in the sense of financially providing and morally providing, caring for children and also having to care for home. And I don't know a Rastafari woman who put on locks and hailing His Majesty that is not confident, independent, strong, and all those words that we could use to as synonyms for strength. I think all those words encompass the Rastafari woman. Because to me, and in my own journey, I think that no woman just willy-nilly gets up and say, well, I want to hail His Majesty and put on locks and trod Rastafari without actually overstanding the power or even the level of persecution that she might face. I also had a conversation with Irika yesterday at the Grand Market, and I asked her, you know, how she got into Roots and Grasses with herself and Prince Pine, her husband. And Irika said that she was home a day and she prayed. She said she's a praying woman. And she asked God, what could she do to chart her path forward to sustain her family? And that is how Roots and Grasses was born. Of course, Roots and Grasses is not necessarily textile or crochet, but this again is a fiber art where she uses indigenous grasses locally to create beautiful basket work. And she was saying to me, you know, needing to sustain family, needing to provide for her family in a meaningful way is what led her to create with her hands. So, coming all around, these women and men, because I am not excluding the men in this conversation, but I think that it's important to center Rastafari women in this conversation, as we were and are the ones in many ways still who have to sustain family and households. So these things not only acted as a means for financial support, but as outlets of expression of our resistance through life, womanhood, Rastafari, and of course our blackness. Women utilized indigenous techniques, both culturally and generationally significant, and in some ways significant to Rastafari, utilizing specific patterns and representations. And with this, I am speaking of fiber art, crochet art, and knitting, etc. I see Kaya Benji is in the crowd, and Kaya Benji would have been one of the early pioneer Rastafari women within the 12 tribe space who was a master knitter. And as such, when we think of techniques in Rastafari fiber art, I want to center two examples, or three really. One of the techniques would be the 12 tribe of Israel's banner. This is a head covering that I think for most of us, if we travel across the world, we can recognize 12 tribe by the banner that they wear, which, well, I know in Barbados we call it a banner, but I don't know if they call it something else across the world. But that is a knitted head covering and is easily recognizable due to the unique stitch pattern and the knitting technique that the 12 tribe of Israel members use to create the head covering. And I have never seen that anywhere or worn by anyone else. Another symbolic representation would be the Rastafari tam. Simba is wearing one of my creations, right? And this Rastafari tam, I was searching to find the origin of tam as a word in our Caribbean vernacular, but I couldn't. But what I did find is a tam o'shanter, which has Scottish origin, so I'm not quite sure if tam in our Caribbean vernacular came from that Scottish interpretation, which is also a hat. So Rastafari made this head covering to cover our locks. I also have on one of my creations. This is a head wrap. And this was just as an alternative for the tam, because I know some people don't necessarily like wearing a tam. So I don't want to stray too much. I still have time, right? 1 minute. Okay. So we could always circle back around to some of my other points. But what I want to try to center us on is this question of understanding how we move Rastafari from individual hustles to collective industry. And for me, I think that one of these ways can be done through reparatory justice. I was trying to say the word right. Reparatory justice in the fiber art industry. Our Prime Minister gave a big talk on Sunday, and she was speaking about something with regard to Cuba, and she said that you cannot have a successful civilization if your economy is being undermined. She was speaking about Cuba, but I want us to see this statement in the context of the microcosm that is the Rastafari community. And in doing so, I think that Caribbean governments own all Rastafari reparations as well. In that, from everything I said, we have been exploited. Our talents have been used and marketed, not necessarily to our benefit. And I think that, for me, grant funding for the community in a fiber/textile art industry would be an excellent venture for Rastafari community to take up, which would, I think, build economic enfranchisement in the collective community, and also see us owning something of our own. So that's my contribution, and I am willing to circle around to some of my points I didn't get to cover.
Of course, that's why it's a big conversation, and we're going to keep on going. Thank you so much, Empress.
Thank you as well.
That was a very powerful presentation on behalf of Rasta Woman, and knowing how to untangle, really, and from your perspective in terms of self-reliance, in terms of the way forward, in terms of industry, and making a new way, really, to see Rasta as not only just an economic, place to be exploited, so to speak, but as a place that should be represented and for us to build industry in the right way.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am now over to Ras Simba Akuma. Thank you, sir, for being here, representing. So Ras is going to speak about post-independence and the underdevelopment of the Rastafari community. So just to introduce him, Ras Simba Akuma, obviously, is a Rastafari who locates himself as a social educator within the context of equal rights and justice advocacy. He's what Barbadians would call a dog man. He loves dogs and owns a dog training business where he is the head trainer. Before he decided to train dogs, Ras Simba taught at-risk children with his organization's homeschooling program. Hello? Yes, thank you. Ras Simba is the president of the African Heritage Foundation, a charitable organization with a mandate of assistance for African-centered groupings. Within the office of the National Rastafari Registry Secretariat and Trust, Ras Simba carries the portfolio of the Secretariat General. Born on the island of Grenada and raised in Trinidad before relocating to Barbados, he pays little attention to where he's from and focuses on what needs to be done and where he is at present. Ras Simba is a self-taught student of the African Revolution and a soldier in it. So with that, I welcome Ras Simba.
Thank you. I want to give thanks to Lisa. I want to give thanks to the organizers of Carifesta for taking such a big risk to have someone like me on their panel. You know, after I speak, you will know why I made that comment. So I want to start off by first saying, you know, give thanks to His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I, Rastafari, and his queen, Empress Waziri Menin, for providing the inspiration for the Rastafari movement that has ultimately led us to this space here together. Because without His Majesty, there would be no Rastafari, and there would be no conversation regarding the Rastafari movement. As you've heard, I want to speak about the topic post-independence and the development of the Rastafari community. And to start my conversation, I would like to be allowed not to use the word conversation, as in true Rastafari culture, we would burn that word, because we do not like the prefix con. And we would rather say a true conversation, because one of the many things that Rastafari has contributed to the landscape of wherever we rise is bringing that positive energy, because we love to say our words and our songs are very powerful. Before we start off our prayers and things, we would say glory to the word and glory to the sound and glory to the power. So we recognize the power in words. So instead of conversation, I would like to use the word reasoning. So in my reasoning this evening, or today, afternoon really, I would like to start by locating the I&I in I&I to industry, which is the overall heading of why we're here. And the I in I&I speaks to the God himself. And the God is really an aspiration. As you had heard the Empress beside me, Empress Denisha, speak. The aspiration of the best, the positive best in each of I&I. The aspiration of God and the office of God within each and every one of I&I to attain the best. And for simple words, as we were speaking about Bob Marley and everything, we will locate the best in each of I&I as love. The greatest aspiration is the office of love. And I'm talking about love, you know, that emotional thing between a man and a woman. I'm talking about love. Equal rights and justice is founded on love. And then I want to go to the word industry. And in my reasoning, I locate industry as the collective sale of goods and services to the benefit of the wider community or nation. So I want to use Libya, Colonel Gaddafi, as an example of positive industry, where he took his oil money and each Libyan was given some sort of money off of the industry. And that industry paved the way to make Libyans comfortable. Free education, you know, and do your history. I'm not here for that. So we're locating I&I to industry as the highest ideal of love and good within an industry. And I want to say that from post-independence, which should have been a breaking away from the colonial thought of our governments. Marcus Garvey said that they would give independence and they would give our leaders leadership, and those leaders would turn around and make us slaves. We have seen that prophecy come true. Each and every post-independent government has saw it fit to oppress the Rastafari movement because of its affiliation to African cultural retentions. So independence, in the terms of a colonial CARICOM, was merely a bunch of words with little meaning. Because our colonial retentions far outweighed our African retentions. I remember coming to Barbados in like 1985, 86. And the average Barbadian above the age of 30, 40 would find it a great offense if he was to call them African. Or even mention to them the word Africa. No relation or no ties they wanted. Rastafari, as you've heard, has contributed greatly and with great pains to the African retention in our societies. I want to start with our hair, the locks, as you've heard before. We were pressed greatly for this hairstyle that we know we so freely wear. And I want to say that we so freely wear with little consideration to the blood that was shed for the freedom. How we ate our ital liberty. We were scorned. Said we would die. My grandmother said, Paul, what are you going to eat? If you're not eating meat, you're not going to last. I'm here 30-something years later. No flesh, no fish, no nothing, so. But now, we have a vegetarian, vegan lifestyle which is considered healthy, rather expensive. And an industry for some, not for Rastafari, the originators, just like the hair. We have all kind of locks, rare locks, mock locks, this locks, that locks. An industry of locks, which has nothing to do with Rastafari. And I'll just like to touch on the most recent industry that Barbados is in, which is the ganja industry. Note, I'm not calling it the medicinal cannabis industry. It is a pure ganja industry. Ganja runnings from the top to the bottom, I should know. I'm an expert at this thing. They hired me to do this thing. This is the government of Barbados. What I'm here to tell you and to reason about is that there is no industry for Rastafari without reparations. There is nothing that we can do, neither crochet, nor farm, nor educate, nor do anything while we remain second-class citizens in this country, while we remain criminals. What good is there, or how can I move my business from one space or one level to the next, where at any moment the police may come and lock me up for a little spliff or for a little tree I may want to plant in my yard? There's no continuance. For industry, you need continuance. To create an industry, and the police force over the years, the Royal Barbados Police Force, who now calls themselves the Royal Barbados Police Service. Yes, please, sorry, not Royal. But we're saying the Barbados Police Service, and I'm saying this respectfully, under the instructions of both governments, whether DLP, BLP, and I'm talking about in a Barbados context now, has seen it fit to make sure that no industry is possible to come out of the Rastafari community. And remember, I'm talking about the industry, I'm not talking about individual achievements of races, whether it be on their own struggle or whether it be through political affiliations, because we do have those. We do have those politically party races that enjoy the benefits of their political affiliations. But that has nothing to do with the reasoning at hand in terms of the development of industry in a post-independent CARICOM state. Both Empress Denisha and Empress Ursula touched on the Hindu influence within an indentured space to the Rastafari community. And I just want to touch on that a little bit, noting that the British West Indian Tobacco Company, who at the time, they were importing these indentured servants from India. And they realized that the Indians, who had a cannabis culture, whose god Shiva is known to be the god of cannabis. This is the Indian relation. And we have an African perspective to that, through the Dogons and the Syrians. You know, we're not going to talk about that too much. But what I'm saying is that the Indians, even the British, realized that the Indians used to make a drink. And when we speak about cannabis, we usually think about it in terms of smoking, which is another way in which the government controls this negative narrative of the plant. And remember, we're talking about the industry. And the British West Indian Tobacco Company realized that after work, the Indians would make a drink from the cannabis called bang. And they would drink this bang, and they would sing the songs, and they would play the instruments and make merry. And what it did was to ensure that the next day, that these Indian workers were full of strength and vitality and willing and ready to go out and work to the best. So what did the British West Indian Tobacco Company do? They started to import ganja to help with their industry. But somehow, the government of Barbados and other CARICOM governments would like us to believe that the use of cannabis slows us down. I want to bring it right home to Carifesta. A little before we invited all these lovely ones to Carifesta, I noted that a lot of artisans use cannabis, ganja. Notice I don't say marijuana, which is a colonial location of the plant. I hate the word. So many of our artisans throughout CARICOM use cannabis, ganja, to create. I know my sister and my little sister to my right, she smoke rare herb and create some of the most beautiful pieces you could imagine. And if she don't want to tell you so, I can tell you so. That's my little sister. So I asked the government, will there be, seeing that Barbados is the only CARICOM territory who has seen it fit not to give any sort of allowance, any sort of cannabis allowance to its people? In Jamaica, it's 5 plants, 2 ounces. Other places, some amount of plants, some amounts, but some sort of allowance. In Barbados, if you get catch with 15 grams or less, you get a ticket. And if you ain't paying this fine and ticket, you know it's jail. So for people like me that's not going to pay the $200, it's jail. So I asked the question, will there be any sort of consideration for our CARICOM brothers and sisters who use cannabis? There was a reply. The front page of the Nation, our national newspaper. No cannabis for Carifesta in no uncertain terms. But yet our Prime Minister speaks about a one CARICOM and free movement and all these things. Pretty words, little substance, pretty words. The reasoning again, how then does a community that the Prime Minister herself loves to big up and talk about the ice gold and green and the words of your grandfather Bob Marley, how she is so inspired, while at the same time continually oppressing the community of Rastafari? How do we have that? That is the biggest conversation in Barbados to date. I am here because really and truly in myself, I have boycotted Carifesta. I feel that no self-respecting Rastafari, while under the oppression of your government, should willingly participate in anything that the government is doing to shine the light. But I'm here because I understand that this will be recorded and that my message can get further than the couple of ones that are here. So know that I'm not here to participate in Carifesta, but I'm here to bring a message to the government of Barbados on the best platform that I know how to do. That is why I'm saying, are you sure you knew what you were doing when you invited Ras Simba to come and sit on this panel? There is no Rastafari industry without Rastafari reparations. And we have seen an example of reparations, and when it is my time, just say shut up. We have seen examples of reparations for Rastafari in Antigua, where the Honorable Gaston Browns, who has first-hand, experience with the Rastafari community and the oppression, that when he have a chance, when he got in power, he made his apology. And he did right by the Rastafari community, so they now have the chance to create an industry by which themselves and the rest of their community can benefit. We've seen in Jamaica, if you all know about the Coral Gardens massacre, where after all this time, I was in Jamaica when the lovely Empress on my left here was doing her Occupy Pinnacle. I was invited to go to the radio station at Mona to script a program called Ganja Talk. Jamaica had now made 5 plants and 2 ounces legal. They didn't even have tickets and nothing so. But they just say, go ahead, right? I was there for that. And in that time, they spoke about the Coral Gardens reparations movement. And then I heard after coming home how land was given and, recognition and apologies. Regardless of all the things on the side being said, what I am saying is that the idea of reparations for Rastafari is real and the precedence has been set. And seeing that CARICOM is in the conversation of reparations, they want reparations from the former colonial masters. And our Prime Minister is big up in that conversation. She is big in that conversation. But I've not heard in that conversation any reasoning on repair for injustices done post-independence by the two political parties that have run Barbados. And I want us to note before I seal up that in 1966, when His Majesty made his tour through the Caribbean, Errol Barrow somehow managed to get His Majesty to pass in Barbados just for a couple hours. And I want us to note that one of the things, remember this was in April, and Barbados was already preparing for its independence in November. And His Majesty said that he expected great things to come out of Barbados. Maybe this reasoning at Carifesta can help to bring about these great things as we seek equal rights and justice for our community. Rastafari.
Ras Simba, thank you so much. This really just turned into a big reasoning. Thank you for taking us to a different level and presenting us with a lot of, pertinent questions. I think that should be addressed for not only Rasta community, but also liberation of Africa and the African diaspora, which we're a part of in the Caribbean. And to get back to our African roots and our ancestry, I think that is also a really important takeaway, and also the importance of reparations. And I think that being said, audience, you're with me, right? Good, and you're with us. So with that, I'm going to introduce Empress Donisha Prendergast. She's going to be speaking on Pinnacle, the black print of an independent nation. I can say personally, I'm really honored to be here with my sister to introduce her. So Donisha Prendergast is an internationally recognized actor, writer, director, producer, and activist, and the eldest granddaughter of Bob and Rita Marley. Born and raised in Jamaica, but grounded as a citizen of the world, she grew up immersed in the Marley legacy, touring with Ziggy Marley and the Melody Makers, and witnessing firsthand the power of reggae to transcend borders with messages of love and justice. A household name in Jamaican theatre from her acclaimed role in Cindy Relisha and the DJ Prince, Donisha went on to expand her impact through film, motivational speaking, curriculum design, and community organizing. Her multidisciplinary approach reflects a commitment to using art as a vehicle for healing, education, and empowerment. Equally influential as a cultural ambassador and activist, Donisha has championed global campaigns to preserve Rastafari heritage and challenge systemic justice, or injustice rather. From mentoring Tivoli Gardens youths to building schools in Kenya, marching with indigenous communities in Canada, lecturing abroad with Japan's Peace Boat, and producing groundbreaking documentaries such as Rasta, A Soul's Journey that was shown just earlier before this panel, and 50 Days in Africa, she embodies a vision of artivism that connects Caribbean creativity with global movements. Her work continues to link Rastafari spiritually, human rights advocacy, and also diasporic reconnection, positioning her as one of the most dynamic cultural voices of our generation. So with this, I hand this over to Empress Donisha.
Thank you. Give thanks, Lisa. Can I borrow your mic? Yes, this is better. Yes, Ja. Yeah. We give thanks for this gathering, for this reasoning, for this platform again to talk some truth to power. Because we don't always have the opportunity to confront issues that are hard to speak about. I want to echo what my brother and my sister here have spoken about in terms of how we frame this conversation from I to industry. Because we didn't frame the conversation. And we have not been able to frame a conversation about I and industry. So we really hope that this will be an opening where we can be more included in the conversation, because there's no way that CARICOM can be talking about reparations and Rastafari is not a key consultant across the island. There's just no way. See, remember that we are all a part of a colonial heritage. We've inherited it. The leaders, the children, all of us. Jamaica is 63 years old. My mother is 61. And when I think about those things, it brings into frame how young our nations are, how young our history is, how much work has to be done to peel down the layers to figure out what works, what doesn't work, to build up the bravery to be able to be something for which they said that we could never be. Representation is something that we have to discover and empower. And this is where Rastafari comes into this reasoning. Rastafari has always been the voice of a people who have been oppressed. This is the dialogue that we know. Okay, so I want us to start here. I want to start from the plantation. So for a moment, I want you to forget everything that you think you know about Rastafari. Take away the dreads, take away the music, take away the language, take away all of that. And let's go back to the plantation in the early 1900s, when formerly enslaved Africans were still living on the plantation, raising children on the plantation, even though emancipation happened in the late 1800s. We had nowhere to go. There was no nation that was built for us. And then comes a man named Leonard Howell, who, like Marcus Garvey, had traveled the world and seen the position that Africans are in globally. And he came forward to Jamaica with a story, with a history for us to know. There is a king and queen that have been crowned in Ethiopia. It is symbolizing the fall of colonial times. Leonard Howell moved across the plantations and he said, look, people, you're free. You don't need to be here. And the people said, but then where do we go? He said, well, I have purchased land in the mountains working together with a Chinese man named Mr. Chang. Let us be brave enough and leave from here. And the people said, but we're sick. We're hungry. How do we know? And he said, let us go and discover it together. He's moving across all of these plantations, and the Indians also hear and see the movement happening, and they're saying, African brothers, where are you going? And they're saying there is freedom in the mountains for us to discover. And the Indians say, well, we want some of that freedom too. And so Pinnacle now becomes a safe space for I and I to discover ourselves outside of the plantation. What we're talking about is not Rastafari history. I'm talking about African liberation history in Jamaica. So to limit the history, the nationhood of Rastafari to culture and entertainment and even industry is disrespectful. We built a nation before there was an independent nation. Pinnacle was the black print, not the blueprint. Pinnacle was the black print of an independent nation. Understand? At the heights of Pinnacle, there were close to 5,000 people who were living there. Totally self-sufficient for up to 16 years based on the farming of agriculture and ganja. Ganja was the first way that the black man in Jamaica was able to make money outside of the colonial system. Hear what I just said? Ganja was the first way that the formerly enslaved African was able to find commerce and industry outside of the colonial system. Ganja built a nation while it was legal and when it became illegal. Ganja has built a lot of institutions for all of our children, sent our children to school. I smoke a lot of ganja too every day. I had to go and take a little puff. I never know Carifesta wasn't about the ganja, but I mean, we're talking about Rastafari. We like to play Bob Marley. Bob Marley did like to smoke ganja too. So I know that within this time it is also about reclamation. We have to reclaim our space and our voice. Prepare ourselves for the reasoning. Understand their language, but also be confident in our own. We have to reframe the story. We have to write it. And it's not W-R-I-T-E. It's R-I-G-H-T. We cannot expect ones who have only learned from books and existed in four walls to understand what it means to represent I and I. It's just not a thing that can happen. We have to prepare ourselves to be in these spaces, to have these reasonings. We have to write our policies and present them in the language that they know. We have to create space. I came from Jamaica to Barbados to use this platform of Carifesta, because right now Barbados is the government, the head government of Jamaica, of the world, of the Caribbean. Barbados is the government of the Caribbean. You guys realize, right? You guys realize that Mia Mottley is basically the Prime Minister of the Caribbean. So who are we then? And what is your role now? Because it's not Jamaica with the spotlight. Right now it's Barbados. Who are we? And what is supposed to happen now within these times? My great-grandmother used to say, well, show me your company and I'll tell you who you are. You look around in life and you look at where you are. Well, we're having this reasoning right now. So what is happening? Are we in tune? This ganja conversation is a big conversation, a big reasoning that we have to be a part of. Antigua has given a great example of how it is that you can engage the community as the government. The government is working with the Rastafari community in Antigua right now to understand how to do it the right way. Just like Rasimba said, there are models internationally that are in practice. I want to bring it back to Pinnacle for a second. Pinnacle as the birthplace of the Rastafari movement is in jeopardy right now. I led a campaign to preserve the heritage and the physical space and the legacy. Pinnacle was 500 acres. The government of Jamaica has decided to give us 1.5 acres out of the 500 acres of land. Now, anybody who can do easy maths realize that means that there's a difference of 498.5 acres that is left for us to deal with. It is disrespectful to think that it is okay to give the Rastafari community 1.5 acres out of 500 acres of land, because when you ask us, well, where's the title for the land? And the courts say, well, if you don't have a title, then how do you prove it's your land? History. Because by asking us that, you're using the same colonial perspective. During that time, how many times was Pinnacle raided? How many times did they take money? How many times did they take paperwork? We lived there for 16 years, fully self-sufficient, and the government could not move us. How come? How come we had burial sites? Because, you know, back in that time, black people, if you didn't own land, you couldn't bury your dead on the land. How come we had burial sites? You see, shortly after Mr. Chang, who owned Pinnacle, who Mr. Howell was buying the land from, who they both were also in business together for 16 years. When Mr. Chang passed away, shortly after, the government of Jamaica puts up a petition. Chang donates the Pinnacle land to the Boy Scout Association of Jamaica. No. Culturally speaking, do you know any Chinese person who is going to donate anything to anybody that is, and them have children? Culturally speaking. So when we are looking at repairing the wrongs of the past, we cannot be looking at it through colonial frames and using colonial language. We are a people of oral tradition. Our history rests in there, our truth, our justice. Where are we today? Because that Pinnacle campaign was led 11, 12 years ago. It's a very emotional reasoning. Like, I've been in torment, literally, for the past couple of weeks leading up to this presentation to figure out how much fire I'm going to burn, how much truth I'm going to say, and how I say it. Because by the very mention of Pinnacle coming out of my mouth, it's a political statement. But I must say it. Because at this moment right now, when you Google the word Pinnacle, what's going to come up is Pinnacle Jamaica, a new high-rise that the government of Jamaica is supporting the construction of in Montego Bay. No. I have to be careful because, you know, as people have said to me, Danisha, this is dangerous territory you're going back into because there's a lot of money mixed up in this. It's a big piece, you know. But when I look at the composition of everything, I have hard questions. But I don't want to talk to my government directly. No. So I come to the head of the Caribbean. So the head of the Caribbean can have a conversation with my government. Because I want to understand how we're talking about reparation and we still have this Pinnacle thing to deal with. And governments are complicit in the cultural erasure of such a precious gem. And we're just not going to say anything. We're just going to sing One Love and dance and everything is good. It can't be. So we sacrifice ourselves in pursuit of justice and freedom. And we get blacklisted in pursuit of making sure that somebody hears and does something. And our opportunities get thrown out the window because we are speaking truth to power. But guess what was happened? We cannot stop. We must persist in languages that they don't understand and in new languages that we must introduce to them. Love have to be at the center of everything that we're talking about right now. Look how young our nations are. We have to become brave enough. My government is not brave. Your government is brave. As much as she have a lot of big talk, she have a lot of big talk. How much other governments have a lot of big talk? I don't see them talking the same way. So we'll come to iron sharpen iron with Sister Mia. Because right now, Barbados, you're getting ready to talk about ganja. The thing I forgot free up and there are ways to do it. I'm lending my voice to the Rastafari community for advocacy for all of our issues because it have to be iron sharpen iron and it's not a confrontation. This is a reasoning. Because we are all children of this colonial heritage. So are we going to do the right thing? Or are we just going to write a press release and take a picture? I'm not here for that. I can send you pictures. I'm here to have a reasoning to make some real things move because there are models that have been disrupted. Pinnacle was 16 years into wealth creation. So when you speak about giving us 1.5 acres out of 500 acres of land, what you're also saying is that the land ownership that we as a community had is now negligent. So what I suggest then, because the lands have now been occupied by homes, they've been sold out, the physical land of Pinnacle. And when you do your research, you will find, I don't want to physically fight for that land anymore, because other people live on it now. But you have 498.5 acres of land that the Rastafari community can use to build our homes, to build our ganja farms, to build our schools. Put that land into a trust whereby individuals and organizations within the community can write to the trust to get their land deducted. Look how much crown land given away to Chinese. Look how much crown land given away to foreign investors who are coming to build your nation. We want some of that crown land. We need it. As a matter of fact, it's mandatory. What you said, reparations starts at home. Model it. Because anything that we're going to do, and we're looking in a book right now, is colonial language. We have to build it from the grassroots up. These systems that we have inherited were never designed for us to thrive. Let us stop trying to use the systems. They're not working, and they will never work. When I came into Barbados, I've been here years ago, and I had to say to myself, I'm not throwing no shade, but Barbados is one of the wealthier islands in the Caribbean. Why the place still stay so? It's very clean. But why we still have so much colonial reticence all around? It was just really interesting to me. These comparisons are important. It's not competition. It's understanding how do we grow and grow together. What is CARICOM? You know? We just have to be bigger. Please, as humans within this time, use your time well. Look at what our leaders did, our heroes. What are we doing? What are we doing? And what must we do now with the tools that we have? We have technology where we can communicate across the world in a quick message. We have online where we can research and put together presentations. I hear this thing beep, and I know my time is up, but I quickly just want to say something about what it is that Howell was doing. He was providing health. Let's talk about all of the ministries that were at Pinnacle. When the formerly enslaved Africans came off of the plantation, they were sick. Records that I liberated from England shows how many people and the kind of illnesses he was healing people. He was a minister of health. Culture, we don't need to go into that. And now, ganja, ministry of ganja, real industry, agriculture. These are all of the different spaces that Rastafari is involved with right now. Education, alternative education, environment, sustainability across the board. It's like our governments are not utilizing us as consultants within this time to build our nations. It's like it's a joke thing. So I implore us to prepare ourselves to be greater than they told us, greater than they want us to be. And to remind our brothers and sisters that we all came over on the same boats. And these systems were never made for us to thrive in the first place. So how can we work together through it? Travel, connect the dots, decolonize your frames. Be brave enough to open the door so that truth and light can rise and lift others out of the darkness. Rastafari has a great work to play in this world. My grandparents just shone a little bit of light on us. And look at the little bit of light, what we have been able to contribute to the world. Let us continue to be brave and continue to take up space and to evolve and challenge and persist with love at the center. Give thanks.
Thank you, Empress. That was a really powerful presentation, and thank you to our all other fellow panelists as well for their also really powerful presentations. Thank you all. At this point in time, I don't even think I need to follow up on where you were at in the debate. At this point in time, a lot of questions were asked from everybody at this point, and I know we only have about half an hour left, and I really want to get us interactive if possible. So at this point in time, I'm really going to ask the audience just to raise your hand if you have any questions for our panelists. Anybody? Comments, insights to share? Yes, sir. I see you too. I'm going to. No. Do we have a mic that we can pass around? Thank you.
Yes, greetings. Greetings.
Greetings.
Yeah, I just want to say, as far right, we put in a lot of works, but sometimes it's not just for the leaders, but for us as far right to keep together and working together. Are we going to continue having a fight in our Babylon as a deceiver? We can't depend on Babylon to build our foundation. A lot of things that we are ahead. I'm 50. And since I was young, I heard them talking about the youth, all the time blaming the youth. But nobody come in a solution. We know the world is full of problems already. Anybody bring a solution? No. Rasta came with a solution. That's why I'm here today. I was walking first. Everybody laugh at me. I get a bike, billing all the time till I have a whole business there. I start a little something, bringing people together, Warrior King and these people, police come and shut down the thing. How much you really care? How much you really care? Individual Rastas working all the time, but we don't have a body. You see, if we have a body, then people listen to you more. One individual, you get wiped down. Bob come as one. But if we come collectively, they got to listen. And that's what we want, not only people to listen, but to take action. Further, I want to say one more thing. Reparation, we ain't want no money. Tell the people we ain't want no money. Fire King said that. And we want land. That's what we want, land. We want to plant we own food, build schools, and build industry. Ashe.
Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Is this a question or a comment?
A comment.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Rastafari, I must say I am very pleased and proud of the esteemed panel. You know, everyone was great. I really appreciate all of that. But before I leave home in St. Philip to come this side, there was an ad on the radio advertising this program to be at Codrington College, right? A brother called me during the thing and told me that a lot of people is at Codrington College, police and everything at Codrington College. And I could see, I mean, you might call me a conspiracy theorist, right? But I could see why we're having a reasoning like that, that ones with the power would try to sabotage the whole movement of I&I. So it only highlights to me even more how serious the struggle is. And we can't give up. We want reparations, we want land, we want it now. Charity begins at home, and I aim for a penny, aim for a pound. Rastafari, aye.
Thank you. Passing the mic. Anybody else wants to comment, question?
While you're passing the mic around, you know, it's interesting that you said that people are up at, one's went to Codrington, also the police, you know. So they're probably looking for a big turnout of Rastafari out there. So they had a big turnout of police. So, you know, that again cements the reason that we're having in terms of the Rastafari position in our CARICOM societies, in 2025.
And just to add to that, Russ, a concerted effort was made to change the advertising to let the public know that we were here. And unfortunately, that was just not the case. So for who is here, as Russ said, everything is for a reason, and the voices are here to touch other voices and to spread knowledge. So thank you again for that. I want to ask our panelists if they have questions for each other.
Yes, I do actually. If you could just briefly tell us, Rasimba, the position right now we are in with the ganja legislation.
Okay, so at present, Barbados looks at ganja from only two perspectives, medical and sacramental. As most ones would know that when the CARICOM islands, those who want to get involved in the medicinal cannabis industry, they formed a task force, and this task force was to investigate ganja in the region, its heritage, its cultural use, and things like that. And one of the findings, they said that, it was of such importance to the people of CARICOM that any government thinking about going into the industry should really give the people, their citizens, some sort of leeway, some sort of ease. Jamaica led the way. And as I said, Barbados has done nothing. What Barbados has done, so myself and my sister in here, we've challenged, and others, we've challenged the government in terms of, we threatened to take them to court. And what they did was they gave us a Sacrament Act. The Attorney General got up in Parliament and said we can no longer afford to continue to violate the rights, the constitutional rights of this community. So this is under sacrament, right? Because we have so-called religious allowances and freedoms within the Constitution based on religious freedoms and freedoms to associate and, rights to privacy and those things. So what they did was to give us a Sacrament Act saying that Rastafari could apply to use cannabis, but only at a place of worship. And what they did was they got together some of their faithfuls, this is the government, and they asked where were the Rastafari places of worship.
But that is everywhere, the earth.
No, but this is the contention.
Yeah.
So they're locating places like the Nyabengi Tabernacle and those places as places of worship, but your home is not seen as a place of worship. Therein, I took the government to court. This is 5 years now on a constitutional motion that says that the Rastafari home is actually the second place of worship. My first place of worship being my temple itself. But after that, it is my home. And there are many races that don't belong to a particular mansion, or what the popes know as a denomination. Not everyone is Nyabengi, not everyone is 12 tribe. I would say in Barbados, the majority of races are non-affiliated, which leaves them no access. This is interesting that they ask this. One of the things that the legal representation for the government, who by the way is the Prime Minister's father, right? He asked, what would stop Rastafari from selling cannabis if they were given their full constitutional rights? So they are acknowledging that they are violating my constitutional rights because they say they can't police who is Rasta and who is not Rasta if they was to give us our full constitutional rights, and that was the problem. But he was asking me while I was on the stand, what would stop Rastafari from selling cannabis if they was given this right under the sacrament? My reply was, Can you tell me one religious implement or tool, including the Bible, that is not sold and has been made into an industry? What is the problem? The issue with this colonial-minded government is that they want to stop the empowerment of the Rastafari community. The brethren said that we want land. One of the things the government did in an act to appease the Rastafari community was to give them access to 60 acres of land. Now remember, way before this, any Barbadian under something called the Land for the Landless program could go and access land. We have people in here that have accessed land years before this that can't even develop the land that they have. So Rastafari has land in its possession. We don't have the organization of the lands. But the government came and said, here is 60 acres in a particular place that the Rastafari could have for food security, but don't plant any ganja on this. Big front page newspaper. So they gave us all this land, but we had no money to develop the land. We had no tractors, no nothing. We didn't even have money that we could pay ourselves, because we can't be going up in the country to farm every day, because it takes time for crops to get produced, and in that time we have to live. The Africans have a saying that says, while the grass grows, the elephant often starves. So it was just a trick. So we were given land. Leased land, no titles. Leased land, and asked the Rastafari community how much of this 60 acres of land is in production and how much is in production to the benefit of the wider community. If they say 5 acres, they're telling lies.
See, this goes back to what you're talking about, which is the underdevelopment of Rastafari. And if we, again, this is not a confrontation. We're reasoning. 60 acres of land, but no plan to really support the development of the land is not useful. It's actually, again, disrespectful, because then we've done the bare minimum to supply a press release. You see, when we're talking about development and innovation in the quote-unquote third world, what I realize is that innovation is actually survival. We don't innovate because we have a budget and because we have an idea and we want to do something cool to respond to. Nah. We innovate because we have to survive. And I think that if our leadership and ourselves as leaders approach development from that perspective, then we will really be able to understand how do we develop, because we're still in survival mode. We're not in dreamers mode yet. We are still in survival mode. We cannot even dream because we don't know where the food is going to come from. There is such a big role for Rastafari to play in nation building. And because of the underdevelopment of our community, we are unable to. You're talking about psychological as well, being excluded from society. And so the confidence that we have stays within the community, but when it comes on to interacting with other governments or with other... So, because I know we're getting ready to wrap up soon, solutions too. And Sister Usula has some other things that you want to speak about as well with untangling this conversation.
Yes, give thanks. I wanted to highlight that in this space we are in, that's the Marcus Garvey Amphitheater. Marcus Garvey, I guess, would have been before Leonard Howell, and Leonard Howell would have learned a lot from Marcus Garvey. And Marcus Garvey established something called the Negro Factories Corporation, where he was able to raise $1 million for the project from offering stock to African American people in America to buy. He was able to turn this venture into income generator, and it also provided jobs and numerous enterprises. He had a tailor shop, dressmaker shop, a millinery, a doll factory, a publishing house. I think that, for me as Rastafari, I think that publishing and being able to write, W-R-I-T-E this time, is extremely important, and being able to disseminate our own information. And as Denisha is saying, not necessarily waiting for that press release from the powers that be. So that would be my contribution.
Hello, everyone. Yes, yes, yes. Can we get a mic to Queen Mother Irika, please? Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. To each and every one, wonderful presentation. You know, we always got to be on the battlefield, real Rasta soldiers. You know, fighting every day against colonialism and the remnants that has left our people brainwashed and docile and compliant slaves. But you know, we say slavery done with, we are emancipated people now. But every day we still have to fight and struggle to survive. And you know, blessings to each and every one on the panel, and to you, Dr. Soares, you know, for moderating a great show today. Sister Ursula, she did, in her presentation, she spoke about fiber arts and, you know, crochet and knitting. But what I want to say is that from in the 70s was a very turning point in the Caribbean with Pan-Africanism and, you know, Bob Marley, you know, war, who the cat fit, you know, and until the philosophy that holds one race superior and another, you know, the color of a man's skin be of no more significant than the color of his eyes, it would be war. And those were the days when there was rare radicalism in the Caribbean. And a lot of I here in Barbados that raised as Rastafari, while Jamaica was still, you know, flying the flag a couple of years before. But in terms, we remember the days of Rockers Alley in Barbados. Rockers Alley is a point in history and a significant landmark where entrepreneurship businesses, you know, I was going to school and I used to come downtown from school and go in Rockers Alley, and you know, that's where we start knitting our tams and selling our work. And I remember Bonga Spade, God bless his soul today, you know, he's transcend now, but he was a very good pioneer as the elders that used to be in Rockers Alley. And then again, we had to lose that space again through whatever means or whatever mindset it was. And then they moved us down to Cheapside. They moved us over the other side, and now Temple Yard is under reconstruction. We don't know what form it will take. But I would say also that in terms of Swan Street, the Courtney vendors, the Rastaman is who started that. And now it's still vending. The police will move you every now and then and run you, but then again, more people come back, different people set up, and now they got natural juices, they got all kind of things in Swan Street, still selling today, but even though not a lot of them are Rastaman. But I just want to say that from the 70s, 80s, and 90s, the Rastaman was the person that was out front. You know, we ain't slaving for Babylon, we dealing with self-employment, burn that. You know, and then people didn't really want employers anyway. So we developed farming enterprises. You know, we deal with idle food and, you know, all crochet art. Me, I am a basket weaver. And I do that. Erika, you won't go and work doing this. And no, I like what His Spirit give me. And I've done that from the age of 16 to now I'm in my 60s. And my basket work still is my source of survival in this land. My sister there, Sister Benji, she's one of the baddest crochet and knitters. We had a wrong tie-dye, you know, the leather man, Temple Yard leather work man. You know, you got the wood man, Ilix and Rascongo, and, you know, a lot of them. So craft was always part of the revolution. And I really give thanks for this discussion today. Rasimba the fight continues.
I
And
got
I
a question for
pray
you.
that a day will come that the government in Barbados sees it fit. And with the, we have, as Louise Altazor said, there's the state apparatus, ideological state apparatus, and the repressive state apparatus. So we have the schools and the social organizations and, such like. And then we have the security apparatus as well. But every long day got end. And I pray that one day coming soon, that we will see liberation and some ease, in terms of the ganja industry. I give thanks.
Thank you for that, Queen Mother. I know Rusty had a question for...
Yes, don't sit down yet. Please, do not sit down yet. I want to bring the reasoning forward to what you asked about the ganja, because it's so much. I just touched on the sacramental side just now. Now, the government has created a medicinal cannabis industry, but they have left out the traditional and the cultural medicinal use of the plant. Now, we have many traditional herbalists, including the same Iwika, but we do not hear the voices of the herbalists, that many who are not even Rastafari, who would use the same ganja and who would advocate for the use of the ganja. So this is the problem that I am seeing, that we have a lot of whisperers, people that would talk in private. But if we had more of those people that actually use the plant, our herbal practitioners, our Pan-African brothers and sisters whose voices remain silent to the Rastafari situation and the Rastafari plight. My question is, Sister Iwika, why are the herbalists so quiet on the issue of ganja and the medicinal use of ganja? Why are they not out on the battlefield fighting with us for the people?
Right. Remember that I coming to you, Simba. I will say
you
this
stay
to
right
you.
there. Don't come to me. You stay right there.
It's a reasoning. We're having a big conversation today.
Bigger one reasoning.
Yes. So you say you don't like the word conversation, so I go in with reasoning.
Reasoning.
Good. What I would say is that each and every one of us are unique in our own selves. And each and every one of us have our own path and our own work to do in this fight, in this struggle, and in this scheme of things. Mine might be out there pushing. I've done it for years through NCF. The government, you was a outside coordinator for Bridgetown Market. I coordinated years from Elambe right through. And I had a fight. It was the president of the Craft Council as well. So I'm saying that I fight. I stood in the trenches and I fight a good battle for the arts and craft sector. And persons know of that. So I'm saying that, yes, herbs, as we say, we are Christian people, and we deal with a biblical text. And in that Bible, in Revelation and other chapters, the herbs is the healing of the nation. Yeah? But then we know, through colonial and imperialism, why ganja is the way it is. And we, as black people, slave hard in the hot boiling sun, the weather, the rain, and disease environment to build the economic enfranchisement of the colonial masters. We were the one that were and built the empire, and still doing so up to today. Even though we have modern day slavery in terms of the hotel sector and otherwise, don't get me started, Simba. But I'm saying to you that a lot of us, we do our fight. Sometimes they have passive aggression. They have serious outward aggression. And they say, madness is known. And it is not even seen as madness in the church, in the writer's street, and in the dance hall. Those are three spaces where black people express themselves in different ways, spiritually, ritually, and recreationally. And I'm saying that I know, because I hold faith, that the same way Antigua, Free at the Weed, Lebet, St. Vincent, Jamaica, Trinidad, I call on the government of Barbados to consider giving every citizen the right, not the opportunity, but the right to at least grow 6 to 12 ganja trees and carry a portion of marijuana, which they will decide if it's an ounce, a gram, whatever. But enough that, you know, we won't go fear Babylon no more. We ain't gonna fear the raids by the police no more. We ain't gonna fear, you know, maybe it's called them now, the task force coming with the big guns and thing and tracking you down and gun butting you. I know a lot of my brethren were killed, were incarcerated. Tribulation, my body running cold and tears will come to my eyes. But I know one day, liberation will come a Mangla.
Thank you for that. I'm just going to say to everybody here that we only have about 10 minutes left. There are some questions first. Empress, please, go ahead. Or a comment or a question?
Question.
Who is it directed to?
The panel. Well,
Go
it
ahead,
will be
please.
the Bajan contingent.
Go ahead, please.
I remember visiting, I'm a Barbadian, a proud one. I know Mama Irika from the time I was a lass. Respect, Mama. I remember there was some regulations put out there in terms of the industry. And one thing that I thought was shocking was the price they put on being part of the current industry in Barbados. I found it to be price prohibitive. I asked the question, why would you make it? I said, this is something you have criminalized locals for. Now you're legitimizing it. Why would you make it so price prohibitive for the locals to partake in the industry that you're creating? One. Now, the other thing was, as a collective, the Rastafari, is that price also so high and prohibitive that as a collective, you cannot pay in, collectively get the licensing to do like a co-op?
That's a question?
Just a question.
I know that you won't answer it, but let me put in 2 cents.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
I am going to answer your question by saying that for us, I think Simba will agree. I think that the Rastafari community should not have to be looking to form a co-op to get into the ganja industry, whether
100%.
medicinal or any farm. That is my perspective on it. And I want to add something else, because wasn't really supposed to be a ganja conversation, but I guess this is part of industry as well. So we talked earlier about the CARICOM Commission for marijuana. That was, I think, in 2018, from 2018. And one of the things that they said is that the commission is of the view that a law reform process that focuses only on medicinal marijuana would seriously shortchange Caribbean people, given the main deeply significant considerations that need to inform the legal policy, in that they are saying that any government in the Caribbean that embarking on medicinal marijuana without first addressing the draconian laws, persecution of the Rastafari community is shortchanging the entire community. So that would be my answer to the question that you asked, and I think Rasimba wants to say something as well.
Yeah, give thanks. You know, in terms of the forming what do you call it? A co-op. This has been the rhetoric of the Barbados Medicinal Cannabis License Authority for the Rastafari community. Get 10 brethren together, put $5,000 each, you get your $50,000, and you come and you get a license. How does that work for a whole community? One, I don't even know 10 Rastafari brethren I think I got $5,000. I don't even have $5,000, right? Now, what I would tell you is that I was part and parcel of the development of a course, a teaching course on how to cultivate cannabis. I was hired by the Barbados government due to my expertise in planting ganja illegally. Real thing. Right? So what I did, right, in working with when I agreed to work with top farmers from Israel and Toronto and thing online in developing this course, what I said was, Rastafari is here to champion in its original state the rights of the people and to provide a better way. You heard Empress Anisha said that, Leonard Howard said, come away, come to the hills. What I said was, I'm going to do this thinking, right, with the agreement or with your consideration that you would form a cottage industry, which in any Barbadian for minimal price can go to the Polytechnic and learn the course which I have helped here to create, a certified course. The government would own the first producing plant. And any Barbadian, inclusive of Rastafari, that want to get involved in the industry, could go and take the course, get a cheap license, grow a little herb in the backyard, and take it to the producing plant and get money for it. They do that with sugarcane.
True.
That was the most fair way that I saw. The government of Barbados was not about that. They're about making money for the few at the expense of the many. Marcus Garvey said, and we are sitting in the Marcus Garvey Amphitheater, and I love that, that hope does not satisfy the needs of a struggling man. Rastafari can no longer hope nor wish for a day to come that we will be liberated. We must work for that day. I don't know if you all have ever watched the picture, The Great Debaters. Yes. And in the very last analysis, the very last debate, the young man says, because Rastafari movement, we have a civil obedience movement that we just had a press conference on. To let a civil disobedience movement, sorry, give thanks for the correction. To let the Barbados know, and here I'm saying the Barbados, because remember, Barbados was a prison colony. You were sentenced to the Barbados. So we want to let the Barbados know that the Rastafari is totally aware of their full constitutional rights, and we will be planting 7 plants at our homes. We want the police to know, the Prime Minister know. I have a letter here that from here. I'm going to the Prime Minister's office to deliver it on behalf of the Rastafari community. We can no longer sit by and hope for this colonially minded government to set us free from colonial shackles. It makes no sense to expect that. We have no place for armchair revolutionaries anymore. We want to follow the lead of people and leaders like Abraham Traoré, Burkina Faso. That is the time that we're in. Not the time of personal achievements at the expense of the community. We have a lot of people that depend on the government for their handouts and their things. So when we have, and I'm talking about Rastas now, that when we have these situations to deal with, they can't get up and speak out. Marcus Garvey spoke about these sort of leaders and people who are at the mercy of philanthropists. We are here in the Marcus Garvey Amphitheater, and we must speak truth. Rastafari is the greatest enemy of Rastafari in this time. The government has effectively divided the Rastafari community along political party lines, which should have never been. we must do something about this as a community.
Yeah, Hill.
Thank you.
Yes. I know time running down, but a question to the panel. Simba, and we speak of Rastafari, right? Now, one question is, two questions I got to pose. When we fighting for this liberation or decriminalization of marijuana, right? We fighting on an individual level or we fighting as a collective? Because if we fight in Barbados, what can happen down in the Bahamas? What happened in the Bahamas? What happened in St. Vincent? What happened in Guadeloupe? What happened in Dominica? Everybody can got different varying laws. My question is, Marcus Garvey, who the Rastafari stand solid upon the foundation of, he said organization and centralization. In terms of centralization, I would like to know, is there a centralization movement among the community of Rastafari, in the community, the Caribbean community I speaking as, to go forward and come forward with this fight as a collective? Because going forward individually, you're getting a great fight. I would like to know if there's a case where a collective of Rastafari going forward and putting forward this case for the legalization and decriminalization of ganja throughout the Caribbean.
Let me quickly answer that because I know we have out of time. From a Barbadian context, my brethren, there is a centralizing movement called the National Rastafari Registry Secretariat and Trust.
Yeah, I know.
We don't look at it as an organization, but we want to assist. In terms of a regional CARICOM perspective now, in terms of that fight which you're speaking about.
Right.
As I said earlier, this is why I'm on this platform. Not that I'm not supporting Carifesta. Right? But I'm using this as a platform because I know within even Jamaica, there are other people they have the Rastafari community has brilliant lawyers in Jamaica. There's a brethren called Marcus Goff, right? Most recently, the brethren called Ras Ivi was here, and I was letting him know about the plight of the Rastafari community and what was going on in Barbados according to the ganja situation, locating it there. And he was agreeing that right now, that Rastafari, that we need to take this fight to a CARICOM level.
Correct.
So this is why this is why I agreed to come this morning, because you know, Simba, I won't be here, be home with my dogs, puffing my herb and thing. Cares nothing about Carifesta or nothing, so while I'm being oppressed. Right? Because I could pretty up my jail cell and think by staying in jail. You know what I mean?
Correct.
So I rather have an ugly jail cell in jail to let me know that I'm in jail and I need to escape jail than to have a pretty jail cell to make me forget that I'm in jail to get comfortable in jail.
True.
So the answer to your question is that there is, right, a movement happening, right? Yeah. And that consciousness, because remember the rest of CARICOM trying to locate themselves all together, what's going to be the standard allowance across the board in terms of even travel. Jamaicans come in here, how much herb will they be allowed to? If I want to go to Jamaica with my hard beige and herb that I grow, how much would I be allowed? These conversations are they're happening.
Hey,
Barbados is not in the conversation.
How come?
Because we're not allowed even a seed. Everyone else in the conversation has some sort of allowance. So how can we be in the conversation when 15 grams I can get a ticket?
You have to write some policy.
Thank you.
You have to write and advocate and put it forward. You can't leave it to them, because even with the ganja policy in Jamaica, you think some politician decide out of the goodness of his heart to give us 5 plants? No.
Right.
That's advocacy, you know? So, and just to touch on what you're saying, the Rastafari communities are evolving and connecting. You just need to do your research. You need to find out who is who and who is doing what, and pay attention, truly, because it's happening, but it will not be on the forefront. Seeing?
And I think that was the point, just to add, the CARICOM Commission that did the report with Dr. Bell. I think that was the point of having that commission and going across the Caribbean to see what was the impact of marijuana, herb, ganja, cannabis on the community. And I think they came up with excellent findings. Just the Barbadian government ain't, do what them say.
Greetings.
So thank you.
I just got a short little statement to make. Rastafari, His Imperial Majesty, Empress Menini. everyone is saying why Barbados behind. But one's got to study that the slave code was set in Barbados in 1661 at Draxall Plantation. So the fight that we are fighting right now is a mental slavery. As Bob Marley said, free yourself from mental slavery. Because as a statement of emancipation in 1838, that was the beginning of mental slavery. Because it put the black man in a position that he didn't know responsibility. And then when he come out the plantation after 400 years, it put you in a disadvantage. So what Barbados, I traveled to the apartheid in the 70s with Ian Boat and them men. I see apartheid. And I know, as Rastafari, apartheid perfected in Barbados. Because anything that happened to the black man through slavery, as then we got it, first start in Barbados. We come along here about a man called Willie Lynch, and I never see the property or the plantation that Willie Lynch dwell on. So Willie Lynch is just a white man idea of how to make a slave. And how to make a slave happen right here in Barbados. And give me something called an illusion of freedom, or freedom of illusion. And that's what got all and confused right now. Because they make me feel that it was South Africa in Mandela time, that when South Africa is free, the black man is free. But it didn't work out so. Because if Barbadian Rastafari don't stand up to the full potential, because it's waiting, the world's waiting for Barbadian mentality to stand up. They say, because that is the liberation of the people. Because if it first start here, you see, if it first start here, it's obvious that we're the most damaged people psychologically and the most traumatized people in the world. That's why the people put religion there, because we lost confidence in self due to these things. So what they do is put a mediator between God and man, while everyone is their own personal savior. So I give thanks and praises. I know that Rastafari in Barbados got to liberate the whole place, because the full that it was South Africa. Because if you check and see, when we walk through Broad Street, Bridgetown, and we see that assembly in 1661, that was the code to get set right there, right in Barbados. So free yourself from mental slavery. Rastafari got to unite because it's a mental happening. It got to happen spiritually. Nothing that you can see ain't start from a thought. So if evilness start from a thought, righteousness also is a thought. And an idea in its time, you cannot stop it. And Rastafari is here to save the nation. Rastafari.
Give thanks. All right, we need to wrap up because we also have another session following this. So I'm also going to say that the panelists are here after the session. So if you do have extra questions, I'm sure they'll lend their time individually. They're approachable people. So I guess to just wrap it up, 3 calls to action: safeguard authenticity, build respectful bridges, translate liberty into livelihood. With that, I'm going to say give thanks, one love, and be love. Thank you, guys.
Give thanks.
Carifesta. Carifesta. Barbados. Carifesta.
the legacies of Kamal Brathwaite and Samuel Selvon, this big conversation asks, can the arts still serve as a vanguard of national and regional consciousness? How do we hold core truths and forge new solidarities to resist the disorientation of the present? Bringing together powerful voices across literature, film, diplomacy, advocacy, and justice, the panel examines how negative stereotypes have shaped the global Black experience and how culture can disrupt, dismantle, and reframe these narratives. Through the lens of poetry, performance, radical design, and narrative justice, we explore strategies to reclaim identity and agency. The conversation also turns tactile, considering how mass making with social commentary and art can become a portal to memory, mourning, and reconnection. Creation becomes conjuration, speaking with ancestors, listening to the land, and honoring what has been lost. Participants, as this is an interactive conversation, so we're inviting you to reflect on what you carry, and together we ask, what does it mean to make mass that mourns, remembers, and claims? What new rituals, solidarities, and visions for the post-colonial future might emerge when we honor both our people and the material elements of our future? So we zone in on building our development narrative. So with that said, we have an exciting list of, what should we say, communities with us. So we have our performance by the Dr. Anthony Mighty Gabby Carter. He's going to be sharing Black Man with us. We're very happy to have him with us and to share his time. We have Dr. Adejoke Babington Ashe. We also have Mr. Kevin Carvalho. And we also have Ambassador David Commichon. So with that being said, I'm going to introduce the Mighty Gabby. The Honorable Dr. Anthony Mighty Gabby Carter is a legendary Barbadian calypsonian, a folk singer renowned for his sharp wit, powerful lyrics, and fearless critique of politics and society. Born in Emerton, Barbados, Gabby has shaped Caribbean music and identity for more than 4 decades, winning the Calypso Monarch title 8 times and securing 2 Crop-Over Road March victories with unforgettable anthems such as Burning, Mr. Harding, and Jack. He has written more than 700 songs, earning recognition as Folk Singer of the Year from 1977 to 1979, and being named Cultural Ambassador of Barbados in 2004. He was awarded an honorary Doctor of Letters by the University of the West Indies in 2012, and Mr. Gabby continues to embody the power of art as resistance, memory, and national pride. The sustainability of our Caribbean and We Are We is his foundation to continue to inspire all generations and reaches of our Caribbean. So with that, Mr. Gabby, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Lisa. And it's a real privilege to be here this afternoon. And I want to sing this song simply entitled Black Man. Can we get a little more monitor in the guitar speaker? Can you hear me? Can you hear the guitar? Good. Me whole guts does boil when they say black people lazy, black people crazy, black people have no ambition. It is obvious that they're not in touch with their history. To them it's a mystery Who or what is the black contribution? So in this song, I will attempt to make a little dent, add a little accent, give light to the things black people discover and invent. Ayo, focus on great black achievement. We all know Hannibal crossed the Alps. The record shows he was looking for Roman scalps. You know he used the Gauls and the Spaniards with elephants to capture the land. But they won't tell you Hannibal was a black man. I tell them don't criticize what you don't know. Don't you nail me to the floor with no black blow. And don't you bury me in the proverbial coffin and tighten the screw. Black man, contribute much, much more than you. Black man, contribute much, much more than you. In the dictionary, a little lie is a white lie. Big lie is a black lie. And still they can't tell the reason why. Definition for extortion is simply blackmail. You know on the blacklist, a black day in your life they insist. And if you're selling goods illegally, well that's black market. And if you get catch, you would need a good white lawyer to pull you out of it. Ayo, take you from down in the pit, black pit. You hear them raising and praising King Solomon, saying he was the greatest king to rule any nation. But when he said I am black but comely, they say that part they can't understand because they didn't want you to know he was a black man. That's why I say, don't criticize what you don't know. Don't you nail me to the floor with no black blow. Oh no. And don't you bury me in the proverbial coffin and tighten the screw. Black man, contribute much, much more than you. Black man, contribute much, much more than you. In the history of Homo sapien, it is certain no other human could match the record of the black man. His creative, inventive talent is astounding, compelling and bounding. He gave us guitar, lute and mandolin. And when he had established great kingdoms and communities, these people were still cannibalistic and living in mountains, caves and trees. Hi-yo, like the apes and the monkeys, if you please. Well, them could quote everything Chris Columbus do. They say he sailed this way in 1492. They could name his boats like the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. But they won't tell you he had a big black navigator. That's why I say, don't you criticize what you don't know. Don't nail me to the floor with no black blow. No, don't bury me in the proverbial coffin and tighten the screw. Black man, contribute much, much more than you. Black man, contribute much, much more than you. Black man, raise your hand. Raise your hand, proud black man. Tell Sir Walter Raleigh and Francis Drake 500 years has come and passed. Raise your hand, cause your freedom coming at last. Raise your hand, raise your hand,
Raise your hand, cause our freedom coming at last. Thank you.
I think that's fine. Yes. Test, test. David? Ambassador was suggesting that we put the chairs closer. We're going to go closer, yes. Thank you all for your patience. We're going to continue. And again, thank you so much, the Honorable Mighty Gabby, for sharing Black Man with us, such a powerful tribute to our Black people. So thank you so much. So next, we're going to introduce Dr. Adejoke Babington Ashaye. She is an international justice and human rights lawyer, musician, activist, and thought leader whose career spans some of the world's most influential legal and policy institutions. With a deep commitment to accountability, equity, and reparatory justice, she works at the intersection of law, policy, and culture to advance justice and human dignity. Her distinguished legal career encompasses human rights, international criminal law, dispute resolution between states, counterterrorism justice, and accountability, and broader global policy reform. Adejoke is widely recognized as an expert trainer and advisor, delivering technical assistance and capacity building to national criminal justice authorities on prosecuting atrocity crimes, conflict-related sexual violence, and terrorism-related offenses. She has served in pivotal roles at the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice, and the World Bank, where her work has contributed to shaping international legal frameworks and strengthening justice systems worldwide. Adejoke's scholarship and practice are grounded in a formidable academic foundation. She holds a Doctor of International Affairs and a Master of International Public Policy from the Johns Hopkins University of Advanced International Studies, alongside a Master's in Law as well in International Public Law from the London School of Economics and Political Science. Very rounded. I'm not done yet. She is a licensed attorney in the state of New York and co-author and editor of International Criminal Investigations, Law and Practice, the first volume to comprehensively assess the practical and legal aspects of investigating international atrocities. Beyond her legal career, Adejoke harnesses the power of music and storytelling to inspire social change. A singer, songwriter, she released her debut album in 2016 and is a lifelong member of Songrise, a Washington, D.C.-based women's a cappella group that uses music to advocate for social justice. Through her artistry, she continues to merge creativity with advocacy, amplifying movements for human rights, reparatory justice, and social transformation. With that, we're going to share a video that introduces Adejoke's talk. Thank you.
Jab born in cradle, Jab rise from the grave with molasses skin, Jab never scared, black gold in our flesh and soul, no chains can't hold, Jab walk bold, for the stories being told is yet to unfold, charcoal and oil, horns held high, for the Jab don't beg and the Jab don't cry.
Jab is resistance, is revolt against a system which have them as second class, which have them as the devil. So again, you have to understand the masquerade. Masquerade means portraying something that you're not. So remember, post-emancipation masquerade. So when we get dabbed in black and we put on our horns and whatnot, it's us satiring, it's us mocking the planters or the overseers or the oppressive force. Okay, we're black, okay, we're the devil, we're gonna get more black. And we're gonna chant you down. We carry coffins. It's not dead to us, it's dead to a slave master. So you have to understand the vibe in it.
Long ago, in the early 19th century, a tradition was born in the Bahamas. It came from the hearts and souls of enslaved Africans who were brought to the islands against their will. Even though they faced hard times, they kept their culture alive. One way they did this was through a festival that we now call Junkanoo. Back then, the enslaved people were given a 3-day break during the Christmas season. They used this short time to celebrate, just like they did in their homelands. They would gather, sing, dance, and wear colorful costumes, honoring the festivals they once knew. It was a time of joy and freedom, even if only for a few days. The name Junkanoo is said to come from a West African leader named John Canoe, but others believe it means joy in the streets no matter the origin. It was a celebration of life, strength, and culture. The heart of Junkanoo is its music. The sounds you hear during the festival are loud, strong, and full of energy. The drums, made from goat skin, beat to an ancient rhythm that comes from West Africa. Bells, horns, and whistles join in to create a sound that fills the streets and stirs the soul.
Thank you. Mic check, and if so, I can go ahead. Thank you, Ambassador.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. I am so honored to be here and to be on this very distinguished panel. Thank you so much, Mighty Gabby, for your performance. I just have to say, literally before we got on, I discovered that Mighty Gabby is a chief in Ogun State, and I'm from Ogun State, Nigeria. And so it's so wonderful that we have this connection. Yes. So there are many different themes that we can use to explore power, paint, and politics. And in this little talk that I'm going to give, I'm going to be approaching it from the perspective of narrative justice, or rather, the narrative injustices that have been done against Africans and people of African descent. And why is it important for us to talk about narrative justice? Because stories matter. And the narratives that have been constructed about Africans and people of African descent have not only shaped the way the world sees us, it's also impacted how we see ourselves, how we navigate the world, and the experiences that we have. So when we talk about power, paint, and politics, in my mind, when I think about that and connect it, for instance, with the transatlantic chattel enslavement of Africans, slavery, the slave trade, I break it down in this way. Power. We're looking at tangible instruments of control, military force, for example, economic leverage, and also religion that were historically used to oppress and dominate people of African descent and Africans. Paint. This represents the narratives and the images that were used to dehumanize Africans. So caricatures, stereotypes, and blatant lies, such as the ones that were that Mighty Gabby sang about, that the black man is said to be lazy, crazy, or lacking in ambition. And we know that that is false. And then politics. This concerns the structures, the systems, the laws, the institutions, and policies that were erected precisely to maintain this imbalance and to maintain domination and power. And so for centuries, these three forces of power, paint, and politics have worked together to shape the way the world has seen Africa and the Caribbean. Lands to be conquered, people to be subjugated, and resources to be stolen. So as we engage in this big conversation, I want to present you with three questions, and I hope we get a chance to discuss this during the Q&A, if we still have time for that. First question for you to please think about: what examples can you think of, or do you see around you, of false narratives of Africans and people of African descent? Second question: what lies or stereotypes about black people have you perhaps unconsciously carried in your life or internalized, and how have these shaped your experiences? And third, what for you does reclaiming narrative sovereignty and narrative power, what does that look like? I'd like to put some of the falsehoods in context. So before we even had the transatlantic chattel enslavement of Africans and Europeans were in contact and they did trade together. I want to quote from an article published in the Metropolitan Museum of Art's website, and it says, contrary to popular views about pre-colonial Africa, local manufacturers were at this time creating items of comparable, if not superior, quality to those of pre-industrial Europe. And so I want to pause to reflect on something. European industrialization began around the 1750s. And centuries in pre-colonial Africa, local manufacturers were creating items of superior quality. I'm not going to mention the comparable, whatever. I think that person was just probably minimizing it, I would say superior quality, even then. The quote continues, "Due to advances in native forge technology, smiths in some regions of sub-Saharan Africa were producing steels of a better grade than those of their counterparts in Europe, and the highly developed West African textile workshops had produced fine cloths for export long before the arrival of European traders." And we don't need to go far in deep research to remember some of the things that pre-colonial Africa had. Timbuktu in Mali was a beacon of scholarship. We also have the oldest existing university in the world that's located in Fez, Morocco. And it was established in the 9th century, not 19th, in the 9th century by a woman. And this center of learning predates Oxford, Cambridge, and Harvard, yet it's rarely ever mentioned when we are talking about global institutions of learning. Across the continent, countless societies embody political sophistication. We have the Oyo Empire, which is a major Yoruba state from the 15th to the 19th centuries, and it was governed by a political system with effective checks and balances. However, we're often taught to believe that the fundamental principles of democratic governance originate solely from European traditions. And this is one example. The Oyo Empire is one example of where checks and balances were put in place and operated effectively. There's so many more examples that I could give, but for the purposes of this talk, I'll minimize it to that. These examples dispel the false narrative that Europe civilized Africa, or even that there was anything to civilize in the first place. So then how do you colonize? If you have a colonizing agenda, how do you civilize already existing civilizations? What do? You lie about the civilizations. You invent stories of emptiness. You create lies of backwardness, and then use these lies to justify conquest. Essentially, they used very creative storytelling techniques to support their agenda. And so, as the demand for the enslaved labor grew, European depictions of Africa and Africans shifted from awe to dehumanization, framing African societies as primitive, in need of European domination. And so this is where the white savior narrative was formed. Religion was also weaponized. I believe I mentioned that earlier. But an example I want to share from the Bible is the so-called curse of Ham. Has anyone, maybe by show of hands, have you heard of the curse of Ham? Okay, excellent. We got some people, some scholars. And so we may have heard of the story of how one day Noah was drunk and he lay in his tent naked. And his son, Ham, saw his father's nakedness. And rather than preserving his father's dignity, he went and told all his brothers about it. And when Noah woke up, he was upset and he cursed Ham's son. He didn't curse Ham, so even the name is wrong. He cursed Ham's son. Now, why is this relevant in this context where we're talking about the dehumanization of Africans? Because over time, somehow, miraculously, the story was twisted. Even though nothing in the Bible mentions Ham being black or a curse of blackness, somehow this curse was used to claim that Africans were divinely cursed to be in perpetual servitude. And so this is what was used. So what began as a story of family conflict was transformed into a moral pretext for the dehumanization and enslavement of millions and the depopulation of Africa. And so today, the false narratives continue. We may not be talking today about the curse of Ham. We may not be talking today about backwardness, but the legacies of those narratives still exist and still impact our existence. I work in the international human rights law space and development space, and these perceptions are still there. Whether we see them in immigration policies or global trade frameworks, they're still there. That top-down perception, the perception of white is best, that somehow European experts are more knowledgeable than their local counterparts. And in this space, we hear about how rampant corruption in Africa is. We hear stories about weak institutions, almost implying that corruption is an African thing. There's something in Africans to be corrupt. But as the Nigerian author Chimamanda Adichie has warned us, we have to be careful and wary of a single story. So I want to bring you some stats. According to a 2025 study by the European Commission, 69% of EU citizens perceive that corruption is widespread in their own countries. And 73% agree that there is corruption in their national public institutions. A 2021 survey by Transparency International revealed that almost 3 in 10 EU residents reported directly experiencing corruption, where they either had to pay a bribe or use personal relations and connections to access public services. And this is more than 100 million people. I want to quickly preface that I'm not trying to justify corruption in any way. I'm just trying to give an example of how the narratives shape action. Oftentimes we talk about the importance of rule of law in Africa and in the Caribbean. But this is a classic example of where rule of law is also needed in Europe. When we ignore the histories, the centuries of exploitation in Africa, the imposed systems, the erasure of our cultures, of our languages, and we blindly listen to the false narratives, we end up falling into the trap. And so it's time for us to reclaim our narrative, reclaim telling our story. In the reel that we watched earlier, we saw a depiction of Jab Jab in Grenada. And that was an example of where masquerade was used as a part of resistance, basically to turn the false narrative on its head. So they said, we're devils, we're going to show them devils. Part of reclaiming our narrative sovereignty is rethinking the stories that shape our experience. Because, of course, these stories have costs to us and benefits to the storyteller. Our traditional practices and spiritualities were demonized. Our traditional medicines were disparaged, only for us to see these now being commodified, but not by us. And so, since part of these big conversations is not just for us to talk and theorize, but to also come up with some solutions, I hope, of course, when we have the discussion, we can hear from the audience as well. But I'd like to offer some ideas for how we can start reclaiming that narrative. One, of course, is education. The school curriculum shapes how generations see themselves. So reviewing these in order to understand and ensure that African histories and achievements are central and not simply footnotes is extremely important. Also, making funding available to support the teachers that support these generations is extremely important and perhaps goes without saying. We need to address erasures, because even when achievements are acknowledged, oftentimes women are left out. So we need to celebrate our sheroes, such as Queen Nzinga of Angola, who fought the Portuguese enslavement of her people through warfare, or Nana Ya Asantewa of the Ashanti Kingdom in modern-day Ghana, who rallied her people against British colonial rule. Preservation is crucial. Many of our traditions are oral, and we must preserve these traditions and fund local archives. I think I heard yesterday that the government of Barbados purchased archives that were spanned about 4 decades, and that is a powerful example of preserving our heritage or preserving our culture. We also need to invest in the creatives. We mustn't have a situation where people are being forced to choose between being cultural custodians and expressing through art, storytelling, and their survival. So from protecting our intellectual property rights to also ensuring that communities retain the value of their own knowledge and their traditions, that's extremely important. And I couldn't end without mentioning this. We have to incorporate the need for narrative justice in the reparations agenda. Because these false narratives have impacted people's lives and impact our lives today. There is something in tort law called defamation. I can't just sit here and accuse someone, whether written or verbally, of terrible things and get away with it. They can sue me for defamation precisely because the law understands and recognizes that that can harm somebody's reputation, it can harm someone's livelihood, it can harm someone's life. And now we're talking about centuries of lies that have been perpetrated against Africans, Caribbeans, people of African descent. Let's not forget that people actually lost lives because of these false narratives. A false narrative led to the lynching of 14-year-old Emmett Till in the United States and countless of others. And so these false stories have caused harm, and justice is needed to address that. And so I want to end by bringing us to where we started, those three tools: power, paint, and politics. And although I've talked about how power, paint, and politics have been used against us, I would like to address ways that we can wield these tools in our favor. Power. First of all, we all know the strategy of divide and conquer. To counter that, we have to be united as Africans and Caribbeans. United, we can reshape economic, cultural, and political imbalances. When we consider paint, we recognize the power of storytelling. But at the same time, we have to be careful because there isn't one African story, just like there isn't one Caribbean story. We have to celebrate our differences while being united with our collective voices. And finally, when we think about politics, we have to come together to strategize, using the structures, using the laws to amplify our agency. And it's by working in this way that we can begin to reshape the narrative. We can begin to reclaim the power to tell our own stories. And at the end of the day, this is not a task just for policymakers, musicians, creatives, and so on. It's a task for the everyday person, which is why I asked those three questions. When we start to reimagine, when we start to rethink, when we start to see ourselves differently from how we were told or what was told about us, we begin to reclaim our power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashaye, for that very, very powerful contribution. Narrative justice, art as resistance, power, identity, solidarity in times of disorder. Reclaiming our space, reclaiming our identity, reclaiming our voices as Africans and the African diaspora, of which the Caribbean is an extension. So thank you so much for that contribution once again. I'm now going to introduce Mr. Kelvin Carvalho. Hello, Mr. Kelvin. Mr. Kelvin Carvalho is one of Barbados' leading choreographers, artistic directors, and cultural innovators, with more than 3 decades of experience in dance and performance across the Caribbean and internationally. Trained at ESSA University in Havana, Cuba, and Bronx Community College in New York, he has produced and directed landmark cultural works ranging from the Barbados Republic celebrations and Emancipation Day events to international festivals in Venezuela, St. Martin, and the United Kingdom. Carvalho has served as a chief judge of NIFCA, artistic director of Carifesta Productions, and a collaborator with institutions such as the National Cultural Foundation, the University of the West Indies, and the Prime Minister's Office. Recognized with national awards, including the Madam Eiffel Award and the Prime Minister's Award, his choreography and productions continue to define the landscape of Barbadian cultural expression. Let's welcome Mr. Carvalho.
Hey, thank you so much. Dr. Lisa, I want to thank you so much for that introduction. First, I would like for us to look at, and let me know if you agree with me, the Caribbean, our region, is so rich in minerals, rich in cultural diversities, and why is it then that we are not rich from all of that richness that we have within our very backyard? Why do we have to look outside into the Europe, and try to make it? We need to come together in the region, and I believe that if we can have one voice, the CSME, and that common strand that unites us, that common strand that lies within the silence of our DNA, we the people, we need to stand up and stand out. We need to speak up and speak out, and not settle for what people or the powers that be hand out to us. We need to take what we need and not what we want. What we need, and what we need in the region is awareness. And hence, having Carifesta in Barbados, I am really happy to be a part of this conversation. And my topic that was interested on me is radical design and creative industries. Radical design and creative industries. I'm going to hit a few bullet points here. This is something that we really need to take seriously, especially the artists, right? Whom we tend to stray away from the arts in the region, and we go on to study to be a teacher, a doctor, a lawyer, and so on and so forth. And because we seem as though we cannot sustain our families if we pursue the arts. And I am happy that the Minister of Culture is here, because I know that she's working feverishly in ensuring that the cultural practitioners in Barbados, and by extension, the region, that we continue to have the conversation and that our voices are heard throughout the region. The key aspects of radical design: innovative problem solving. Radical design often invokes thinking outside the box to address complex problems in unique ways. Radical design often involves thinking outside the box to address complex problems in unique ways. How do we do that? That's my question to you, right? The creative expression, it emphasizes the importance of creativity in shaping designs that are not only functional, but are also aesthetically pleasing. The user-centered approach, successful radical design often focuses on understanding the user needs and experience to create impactful solutions. The application in creative industries, arts and designs, radical designs can be seen in various art forms, from visual arts to performance arts, where creativity knows no boundary. And I want to stick a pin here. Creativity knows no boundaries. Creativity is intellectual. Creativity is spiritual. Creativity is who we are as a people. And we are creative in resilience. We are creative in so many, many ways, in multiple ways. And we must not and we should not sell ourselves short after what our ancestors have been through for us. Today we stand on the ancestors' shoulders. They would have paved the way for us to be here today to have this conversation. The technological and innovation in the tech and radical designs can lead to development of new products or services that disrupts traditional marketing. So we're looking at new ways, innovative ways as we advance, as we move ahead. I'm not saying that we must forget our traditions, because the traditions are the foundation on what we stand on. But we are here to expand from within more, to take it to the next level. How would you feel that your ancestors were to come back at this time and we are still where they left us? Which means that no progress would have been made. So we need to embrace all that we have, all that we are as a people within the region, as black people, you know, and not suppress our imaginations. We need to stop suppressing our imaginations, stop suppressing our creativity. And I am seeing a lot of work happening here in Barbados. And again, our culture minister, the Honorable Minister Monroe Knight, is pushing feverishly for the artists in Barbados to be able to make a living from our creative expressions. And I believe that is a forward step, forward thinking for us here in Barbados, and I'm sure that will happen and is happening within the rest of the region. But we need to come together. As I said before earlier, why is the region so rich in culture? Why is the region so rich in minerals? And we are still seen as a third world country. We are still not able to make a living, a substantial living from our riches that are right here in our backyard. How do we transform our riches into a reality that we can live, that we can not be seeing, that the Europeans will want to come to the Caribbean instead of we wanted to go to America and Europe and so on. They should want to come to Barbados. The culture that we have here, I mean, is truly amazing. And even as I sit here and I look in the audience and I see my brother from St. Vincent, who I met for the first time. He would have studied at the University of the West Indies, but I met him for the first time in Venezuela at a cultural festival, right? So that's to show you that how close we are. We are one people, and we need to have one voice, a single voice, right? And as black people, as people of the region, we need to stand up and stand out. Speak up and speak out. And once we approach our future endeavors with that in our blood, I mean, it's there already, but we need to reignite it. It's in our DNA. We are people of resilience, and we are people full with creativity. Sustainability, the radical designs can also apply to creating sustainability solutions that addresses environmental challenges. The potential impact, cultural shift. Radical designs can influence culture and behaviors, leading to more innovative and a more open-minded society. And it is happening today as we speak, right in this very moment. That is happening here at Carifesta. The social changes, it can also be a powerful tool for social change, addressing the issues like inequality and access to resource. Radical designs and creative industries have the potential to transform various aspects of society, from technology and arts to social structures and environmental sustainability. I want to thank you for giving me or lending me your listening ear attentively, and I hope that my contribution was palatable enough for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carvalho. Thank you so much for that contribution. It is very interesting that we have a theme being weaved here, as you can hear. I think Mr. Carvalho was very adequate with saying, using art as social change, also taking back our voices, our space, cultural resilience, resistance, sustainability. And I'm also going to round that out to say, one of my favorite quotes is from Frantz Fanon, and it goes, each generation must discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it in relative opacity. And I think that's the message that Mr. Carvalho shared with us. Thank you so much. With that, I'm going to introduce Ambassador Comijong. Welcome, Ambassador. So Ambassador Comijong is a graduate of the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill, Barbados, and the Hugh Wooding Law School in Trinidad and Tobago. He has been a practicing attorney at law since 1984. Ambassador founded the Clement Payne Cultural Center, subsequently the Clement Payne Movement, in the inner city communities of Bridgetown in 1988, and led it on a highly successful crusade to secure implementation of a raft of progressive initiatives and measures. Ambassador is a former senator in the government of Barbados and is currently Barbados' current ambassador to CARICOM and the Association of Caribbean States. He's also a founder and member of the Caribbean Pan-African Network, the Clement Payne Movement of Barbados, as said earlier, the Caribbean chapter of the International Network in Defense of Humanity, and the Global African Congress, and was an architect and the first director of the Barbados Government Commission for Pan-African Affairs. He represented the Caribbean region at the 7th Pan-African Conference in Uganda, played a key role in the United Nations World Conference Against Racism in South Africa, and has represented the diaspora on the African Union's Economic, Social, and Cultural Council. He is also the author of the White Streets of Tomorrow essays and speeches. it's the healing of the nation, the case for reparations, and the Pan-African love story of Arnold and Mignon Ford. So with that, I'll hand it over to Ambassador for his contribution. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Lisa. Good evening, brothers and sisters, comrades all. I want to begin my discourse by connecting with Adejoke's presentation. I also want to make a connection with Brother Carvalho's presentation. But as a reparations activist, I want to say that we have come to recognize that an intrinsic part of our reparations campaign has to be the deconstruction of the myth of Western civilization and Western superiority. So I'm glad that Adejoke used her presentation to go into the historical foundations of that myth, the bogus nature of that myth. But that myth, you know, that was developed by European scholars and statesmen and religious leaders, particularly in the 19th century, the 20th century, this idea that the West is the pinnacle of human achievement, the West meaning European civilization, and that it is characterized by values of reason and rationality and order and decorum and rule of law, and that the rest of us who are not white and Western, that we are characterized by the exact opposite: superstition, violence, you know, immorality. And they have built structures of oppression and exploitation on that myth. And we have come to recognize that for our own psychological and cultural self-repair, we, first of all, we have to deconstruct it within our own mental and psychological processes. But we also have to confront them with the bogus nature of this myth. We have to confront them with the truth that this vaunted Western civilization was built, was constructed on the basis of genocide, genocide of indigenous peoples from the Americas to Australia, was built on the basis of crimes against humanity, the crime against humanity of enslavement of African people. So this vaunted Western civilization, when you examine it, its foundations are built on criminality and immorality, and it has been responsible for so much of the negative things, the destruction of this world. So I'm glad that my sister began there, and I want to endorse her comments. But I want to look at this topic: power, paint, and politics. The role of Caribbean culture, art, and artists in an age of disorder and neo-imperialist resurgence. And within that context, how negative stereotypes have shaped the Black experience globally, and how we can disrupt and dismantle them. I want to look at that topic from the vantage point of the here and now, the contemporary reality that we are facing. And so I want to set the scene. And for me, the scene is the world that the Caribbean and the wider black collective has to contend with now. The invasive and all-pervasive foreign and elite-owned social media that imposes this cultural penetration upon us, that subverts our thinking, subverts our culture, our society. The exploding murder rates across the Caribbean, the flood of guns that is coming into our region from the United States of America, and we don't know how are these guns coming into our societies in such magnitude. We are living in a world disfigured and undermined by a transparent genocide against the Palestinian people, perpetrated and facilitated by the most powerful countries in the world. We are living in a world in which there's a deliberate flouting and subverting of international law. There's a deliberate attempt to destroy the United Nations system. In fact, the entire multilateral system that small, relatively materially powerless countries like ours depend upon. We depend upon international law and a multilateral system because the alternative to that is the law of the jungle, the law of might makes right. And we can see forces inimical to us that are intent on taking our world back to a situation of might makes right. We see a United States of America reasserting its noxious imperialistic Monroe Doctrine. Right now, we have American warships, military ships, sailing the southern Caribbean, and we actually have a Caribbean country welcoming their presence in our Caribbean region. We see the sanctioning of our brothers and sisters in Cuba, the intensification of the sanctioning of our brothers and sisters in Cuba and Venezuela, and even our Grenadian Minister of Finance recently sanctioned by having his US visas taken away. Why? Because Grenada dared to exercise its sovereign, independent right to have Cuban medical personnel serve in Grenada to help with the health welfare of the people of Grenada. Imagine that. We are now living in a world in which the USA the Trump administration has removed his country from the Paris Agreement on climate change, has removed his country from the World Health Organization, from the United Nations Human Rights Council, from UNESCO, the United Nations Economic, Social, and Cultural Organization. Brothers and sisters, we are living in a world in which we are seeing a concerted, organized effort to whitewash the evils of slavery and racism. We are seeing the rise of fascist regimes in many parts of the world. And all of these manifestations that we are seeing emerging are inimical and subversive of all that we have struggled for over the centuries. We have struggled to extricate ourselves from a past of enslavement and exploitation, of colonial domination. We have struggled to become independent. We have struggled to become part of a multilateral system of international law where our rights as nations can be respected. We are seeing efforts to dismantle all of that. And so the question arises, where are we to go in this world of disorder and neo-imperialist resurgence? What are the perspectives, values, and principles that we need to deploy to anchor us, to root us, so that we can effectively resist these forces? And what role can the arts and our artists play in helping to root us, to orient us? And when I say us, I mean, yes, we the people, but also our political and governmental leaders. Do artists and the arts have a role to play in equipping Caribbean nations and governments and political leaders and Caribbean society to be able to resist and to withstand what we see coming our way? That is the question. And I want to permit me to examine that question. Permit me to begin with a very revealing and instructive revelation from Barbados's premier artist. I am speaking about the great Kamau Brafitt. He left us in what, 2021? But he is the greatest artist that we have produced. And I want to share with you an extract from Kamau's essay entitled Timeri, first published in 1970. And in this essay, Kamau is reflecting on his personal history. Kamau went to school here in Barbados. He won a Barbados scholarship, the late 1940s, that took him to Cambridge University in England. And this is what he said: I found and felt myself rootless on arrival in England. And like so many other West Indians of the time, I was more than ready to accept and absorb the culture of the mother country. I was, in other words, a potential Afro-Saxon. When I saw my first snowfall, I felt that I had come into my own. I had arrived. I was possessing the landscape. But I turned to find that my quote-unquote fellow Englishmen were not particularly prepossessed with me. I reassured myself that it didn't matter. It made no difference if I was black or white, German, Japanese, or Jew. All that mattered was the ego trip, the self-involving vision. I read Keats, Conrad, Kafka. I was a man of culture. But the Cambridge magazines didn't take my poems. I felt neglected and misunderstood. Then, in 1953, George Lamming's In the Castle of My Skin appeared, and everything was transformed. Here, breathing to me from every pore of line and page, was the Barbados I had lived. The words, the rhythms, the cadences, the scenes, the people, their predicament, they all came back. They all were possible, end of quote. What Kamau is saying here is that what saved him from becoming an Afro-Saxon, a lost soul, what we would call a roast breadfruit. What stopped him from that fate was George Lamming's iconic novel about Barbados. George Lamming's iconic novel that deconstructs colonialism and white superiority and showed the complexity and the strength and the valuableness of our own Barbadian and Caribbean civilization. And that young man, having been saved the fate of becoming an Afro-Saxon, went on to become the greatest nationalist, indigenous, creative intellect of Barbados. If he had become an Afro-Saxon, he would never have produced his classic poem, Negus. The poem that we Barbadians and I would say we Caribbean people, when we need a work of art to remind us about who we are and our fundamental right to sovereignty and self-determination, we go to Kamau's Negus. It is not enough to be free of the red, white, and blue, of the drag, of the dragon. It is not enough to be free of the whips, principalities, and powers. Where is your kingdom of the word? It is not enough to pray to Barclays bankers on the telephone, to Jesus Christ by shortwave radio, to the United States Marines by rattling your hip bones. We need to understand that line when those American warships sail the southern Caribbean. I must be given words to shape my name to the syllables of trees. I must be given words to refashion futures like a healer's hand. It is not enough to be paused, to be whole, to be void, to be silent, to be semicolon, to be semi-colony. That is the poem we go to remind us that flag independence is not enough. It is not enough simply to say we have attained our independence and we now have our own flag and we have our own anthem and we now can go to the United Nations. This is reminding us that that is not enough, that we must go on to seize the power to transform our reality. And that is what emerged from that awakening that Kamau had in 1953, just by George Lamming writing that novel. And I can say, I look at my own experiences growing up in Barbados in the 1970s. I remember as a young teenager, for us it was an article of faith that the best music came out of the United States of America. The best this, the best movies, the best that, they all, for us, came out of the United States of America. What we had was second rate in comparison. And then Bob Marley appeared. Rastaman Vibrations album. Exodus. And then Third World appeared. 96 degrees in the shade. And suddenly those young teenagers were saying, but wait, this music is superior to anything coming out of the United States. And our eyes were opened up. We began to see ourselves and our own Caribbean reality in a different light. And then Viv Richards and Gordon Greenidge and Clive Lloyd and Malcolm Marshall and Joel Garner, the great West Indies cricket team, began to dominate world cricket. And we began to have a deeper sense of our own power, our own strength. And I went on in 1979 to the University of the West Indies. Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. C.L.R. James's Black Jacobins. Those were the works we were introduced to as young university students at the Cave Hill campus of the University of the West Indies. And then, Gabby, what happened in 1981? Carifesta. We had this magnificent explosion of arts and culture in Barbados. The Cubans. I purchased books at that Carifesta I still have today. Tom Clark's Growing Up Stupid Under the Union Jack. And of course, in the midst of all that, the music of the maestro, the mighty Gabby. Songs like Riots in the Land, Jack, That Beach is Mine, I can be there anytime, despite what you say, I can be there anyway. When Gabby sang That Beach is Mine, it wasn't just the beach, it was the whole country. That country is mine. My navel string, buried right here, but a tourist one could be anywhere. That beach is mine. And so the point I'm making is that was those artistic contributions, just like in the Castle of My Skin, wrought a transformation in the consciousness of the young Kamau Brafitt and saved him from becoming an Afro-Saxon. Those artistic contributions all in the 70s impacted my generation and made us the people that we went on to be. And brothers and sisters, we are in the midst of our Carifesta 15, and in preparation for Carifesta 15, of course, I look back at the beginnings of Carifesta. There's a very important book called Georgetown Journal by Andrew Salke, the Jamaican writer. He chronicles those early meetings in Georgetown, Guyana, of writers and artists. The Convention of Writers and Artists in 1970 in Georgetown, Guyana, that conceptualized Carifesta. And the great Guyanese writer and editor A.J. Seymour, back then in 1970, this is what he said. And this should be the motto of this and every other Carifesta. He said, the creative artists of the Caribbean have a very special cultural burden to bear and a very demanding role to play in the total social and political development in the region. They are involved in an unwritten educational program and praxis for all the people. In short, the Caribbean cultural contributors must see themselves as a vanguard who will help to liberate the creative energies of the Caribbean people and help our societies to create a new life out of the chaos of underdevelopment. You understand the burden he's laying upon the artist? He is saying that the artist must be a vanguard that is involved in an educational praxis with the people and must play a critical role in helping our societies to create a new life out of the chaos of underdevelopment, out of the chaos created by slavery and colonialism and underdevelopment. And you know, that is something that we really need to ponder on very seriously. We began the modern phase of our history in this region as evil, barbaric, oppressive slave societies. Societies that were designed to dehumanize and crush our African ancestors. The first concentration camps were not in Nazi Germany in the 1930s. The first concentration camps were to be found right here in places like Barbados, in those early sugar plantations of the 1640s and 50s. Places that were designed to dehumanize our ancestors. Our ancestors resisted. They resisted. They found ways to protect their intrinsic humanity. They never lost it. They resisted physically, militarily. The slave rebellions were numerous, but they also resisted culturally. They found a way by using arts and culture to craft a nurturing, humane space for themselves in those evil and barbaric slave societies. And if you examine, and they humanize, Prime Minister Motley and I like to talk a lot about the role that our people played in humanizing those evil and barbaric slave societies. When we look at the societies, when we look at Barbados today, and you think where it came from, when you go back and you examine that barbaric concentration camp of a society in the 17th century, how did we produce this? A society that respects humanity, that nurtures human beings and their development. Who created that? Who transformed that? It was our ancestors, our people. And if you look at the music, the poetry, the folklore, the proverbs, the dance, the nation language, the visual arts, the literature, the theater, the spirituality, the craft work, everything in these societies that are truly creative and original are the product of what George Lamming called the people from down below, the true creative humanizing elements, the product of the people from down below. And so we have created a culture because we came out of great oppression. We have and great efforts to dehumanize us. We have created a culture of social democracy. Some of us say democratic socialism, but we have those principles that say to us that every human being is entitled to nurture. Every human being is entitled to education and health care and housing and to be cared for. A society, that is the kind of society that we have created for ourselves. But, as I said, that is under threat. All of that is under threat by forces that say, no, we must go back to oligarchism. We must go back to plutocracies. We must go to systems in which everything is commodified. Human beings are seen as superfluous, that we can transparently commit a genocide against the brown people of Palestine as if those human lives are worth nothing. And if they believe brown lives are so worthless that they could even show it on television as they exterminate them and starve them, what do you think they feel about black lives? So this is what we're up against, and we need our arts and our artists. We need values and principles to anchor us and to undergird us. Every time you turn on your radio, you hear the radio calling programs, you hear people bemoaning about the lack of values and principles. And yes, we need values and principles. But how do you equip people with values and principles? How do you do it? How do you equip young people with values and principles? Do you preach at them? Do you simply say to them, "Thou shalt not steal"? Well, preaching might help a little bit. But how do you get values and principles to be more than mere dogmatic assertions, "Thou shalt not steal"? How do you get them to be part of a person's interior makeup such that they come to think and feel with values, such values and principles? Well, one way of doing it is through the arts. That is why one way of doing it is through conscious music and profound poetry and inspirational films and classic iconic novels. That is one way of doing it, you know. And when we look at there's so many examples where the artists have shown us the way. The artists has helped equip us, societies, with values. All of the arts. If you look to Haiti, the Haitian painters, you know, the great iconic Haitian painters, Hector Hippolyte, Philomé Aubin. The painters did it for them. Barbados. If you go around Barbados, you see the Buster statue. Karl Broodhagen, the famous Barbadian sculptor, the Buster statue. The Gary Sober statue. Whether it is music, whether it is the visual arts, you go to Mexico City, you see the Diego Rivera murals, painting the whole history of revolutionary struggle in Mexico, inspiring a people, helping a people to internalize progressive values. You listen to Prime Minister Motley, how much of her philosophy, how much of her policy is rooted in the lyrics of Bob Marley. Those of you who were here on Saturday for the first big conversation, you would have heard Prime Minister Ralph Gonzalez, where he spoke very eloquently, but he invoked 2 poems that were the bedrock of everything that he said. First of all, he invoked Hilton Vaughan's Revelation to speak about the beauty of our Caribbean civilization, you know. Turn sideways now and let them see what loveliness escapes the schools, and turn again and be the perfect answer to those fools who always prate of Greece and Rome, the face that launched 1,000 ships and such like things, but keep tight lips for burnished beauty nearer home. And then he also, a lot of his speech was based on the poem of the great Vincentian poet Sheikh Keane, Private Prayer. You know, to understand how the whole thing run, I have to ask my parents and even my daughter and son. To understand the form of compromise I must in my own voice ask how the whole thing run. The point I'm making is some of our greatest leaders have recognized the power and the value of the arts and artists. And you can actually see the influence of progressive arts and artists running through much of what they do and much of what they say. So this is my plea. I want to end by saying to the artists of this era, it is not enough to make music that makes bodies jump and whine and walk up or drink rum. Where are our aspiring Bob Marleys? Black Stallions, Burning Spears, Mighty Gabbies, Eddie Grants, David Rudders. It is not enough to write escapist romance or science fiction novels. Where are our aspiring George Lammings, Earl Lovelaces, Tom Clarks, Paul Marshalls, Ngugi wa Thiongos, if we are to go to the African continent? Where are the penetrating expressions of our creative imagination, deconstructing the white supremacy system, deconstructing the myth of Western civilization, and helping to clarify our own black vision for the future? I am not suggesting that nothing progressive is happening in the arts and with our artists. Far from it. I know that there are many artists who are bringing out and are committed to very progressive work. But what I am saying is that it is not enough. What I am saying is that in this current period of crisis, when we are facing some of the most fundamental existential challenges that are threatening to undo everything that our ancestors struggled to build, now more than ever, we need our committed, progressive, creative artists. And so that is the point I'm making. That is it. I'm not saying that we don't have the Lamming-like figures and the Braffett-like figures and the Gabby-like figures. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that whatever we are doing right now, it is not enough. And it is not enough because we are facing a moment of grave existential challenge. And we have to be equipped to meet that challenge. Our leaders, our political leaders, our governmental leaders, but we too, the people, we have to be equipped to meet that challenge. And the artists are perhaps best equipped than anybody else to help us to internalize those values and principles, to root ourselves, and to help us to clarify a progressive black vision for our future. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for that very, very powerful contribution, history lesson, and also call to arms. You know, sometimes you have to understand deconstruction to know how to construct. And with that also being said, the importance of our artists and our creatives to understand or to help us understand our past and history so we can move forward stronger together. So with that said, this takes us to the end of the panel as we are now, but we would like to hand it over to the audience to see if you have any questions or comments for the panelists. And tech team, do you guys have a mic back there by chance? Thank you. Okay. Raise hands again, please. Gentleman in the red shirt. Could you state whether it's a question or a comment and who is it directed to, please?
Hi, good evening. It would be a comment. First of all, I want to say thank you to, how do I pronounce your name again? I want to make sure I get it correctly.
Adejoke.
Adejoke. Your presentation as a filmmaker, I appreciate and I respect the work that you have done. The panel is very interesting because my father knew David Commichon, spent a lot of time with him. I've traveled with both Gabby and Carvalho, and I've performed on this stage just the 26th of July on a performance which was basically celebrated the riots in Barbados. But Commichon raised a very important point about where the artists, and as an artist, and an educator and a principal of my own school here, I can say two things. One, the voice of the artist is stifled. And I heard what Carvalho said in relation to the minister. Now, anyone in Barbados knows I speak my mind freely, no political affiliation. I would not say that enough is being done for the artists, because the light guys, the sound guys, the guys doing the film, and I've worked all three in my lifetime, are paid more than the actors that are on that stage. They're paid more than the dancers that come on the stage. And I'm not saying technically that anything is wrong with the profession. I'm saying that the problem is that when you pour your soul into rehearsal and you come on stage and you perform, and Carvalho would remember we went to Venezuela in a very poor state, and the lights went off, and people took out their cell phone and turned on the lights so they could see the performance, and they cried. I've traveled the world performing, and I've never experienced that. And it is the shared commonality between what they have lost in Venezuela through colonization and what we have seen here in our own struggles through the riots, through what Busa fought against. And it is also here in modernity. We don't respect the artist because we don't understand what the art is. We don't understand the time it takes to create the art. I've sat with Gabby, and you know this, many times. I watched Gabby create a song in literally 2 minutes. Beautiful. But it starts as poetry because he is a poet first, a storyteller second, and then a performer in terms of artist third. The other aspect of it for me is the education. As a teacher, I find that we spend a lot of time on Western civilization and not looking into ourselves, and it is one of my criticisms of the current education transformation, because nowhere in there am I hearing what is happening with the African people, the books, in the castle of my skin. I had the pleasure of working with Kamal Brathwaite when we did Odali's Choice at the Arbar Center and George Lamming at the same time. And for me, it was a very profound moment, because as a black man in Barbados with a black school, I have fought against white schools. Every time a white school becomes popular in Barbados, another one pops up. When you ask the black schools to come together, they don't understand what it means to work together for one common good and use the education system to deliver what it is that we are discussing. Because power, paint, and politics, the last one is the one that we have issues discussing, politics. Our political leaders in the Caribbean most of them do not come from an artistic background. They're either lawyers, some have been doctors, some have been career politicians. So how therefore can you expect to change policy? Then the ministers of culture themselves, very few have spent time rooted in creation of the art. I would probably say, to my mind, maybe one or two, John King and a few others from the Caribbean that I've traveled to. So you have a situation where you're expecting those who've never walked the road to create a policy to shape the future when they don't understand the struggle. And I said this at a meeting today, and I see two ladies here that would have been at the storytelling workshop Paul Keynes Douglas did. One of the most, he is the most excellent storyteller to my mind in the Caribbean, just like Mark Fingal is the greatest MC in the world to me. But who knows that? Barbadians don't appreciate it. They don't know what they have. I sat in the classroom with Rihanna. We went to school together. And no one expected Rihanna to become Rihanna. But once she did, then everyone realized Barbados, much like Malcolm Marshall, Sir Garfield Sobers. But the art is different. The younger generation, they do not appreciate the time it takes to create quality art. So you're going to get the ChatGPT references, you're going to get the shortening of words to create a song to make money or to create artistic disciplines. Theater is the most underused of all of the performing arts. Music has a pathway to make money. Dance, to some extent, you have, and I was glad to see Alvin Ailey here, but theater is the one thing for me that when I went to school allowed me to see history through the lens of performing arts. See how Africa has always been showcased as underdeveloped until it traveled much like many Barbadians believe Venezuela to be negative until they travel. I've been to Venezuela 3 times in the last 12 months. And we've been to anti-fascist conferences. And I can say with certainty that people in the African diaspora, they need the artists to create the work. But to the last point I want to make is the money. When I've worked, and I've done so many things in life, when I worked, I was training to do lighting. I remember doing the course at IGM a long time ago. And as an actor and as a dancer, you would make more money doing this. So it's easy for them to do this. But when you ask for, and you put the invoice, let's say you are charging $5,000 to do a spoken word piece, you're going to hear from the same policymakers, some of who would sit right in this room, that that's too much money for what you ask, you need to bring it down. But a musician can come and charge the same thing for a song that they created 10 years ago. And that is one of the issues that we have. And if we can't sit down and talk about it realistically, I would love to have a conversation with the Honorable Prime Minister who was here and watched the show, and the Minister of Culture. I'm sorry she left. Because these are the type of conversations we need to have if we expect policy to change and artists to feel as though they can actually create and make money from the art they do, or else we're going to be doing things during the day and then in the night. So like in New York, where Alvin Ailey has become a powerhouse in international dance and performance, it's a whole business. You are a professional dancer. I cannot say anybody from Barbados can do that fully unless they're either an academic, which is interesting, like Commercial's daughter as well, or someone who is in a position to make money from either doing law, like Andrew Pilgrim does, and he did the play yesterday. But very few artists who are actors like myself, or maybe Jaquel or Deanna or others from around the region can say we make a living fully. And it is not that the art isn't good. It is that, like I said in the beginning, the voices of the artists who really want to create, those voices are stifled, and the policymakers do not really understand what it takes and the cost and the input, cost and time to create these works. But I would not say big conversation, I would say big dialogue.
Thank you, Fan. Thank you for that contribution. Very important. Please. Is it a question or a comment, sir? And to who?
Comment. Probably a question after commentary. I heard Brother Commission made a statement a few minutes ago where he stated we need more sound overtures, we need more George Lammies.
Yeah, hold the mic close.
We need more Gabbies. I beg to differ though. I'm going to show you why, right? We need to follow the instructions of these people. Heroes keep coming after heroes, teachers after teachers. Could even say prophets after prophets. And we keep asking for more. When the simplest thing to do is to follow the instructions of the ancestors. Gabby have a song. If black man boy from black man, what happened, Gabby? Instructions, man. You can walk from the globe, wind through the more popular, what word I want you to say, industrial sector where there's stores, people buying and selling. I had a meeting 2 Sundays ago.
Better hold the mic.
Sorry,
Yes.
I ain't a regular to this. I had a meeting 2 Sundays ago dealing at the Baobab Tower, rehabilitation of the youths. I took the time out saying that the streets were so scanty to look into every store. From Crumpton, winding and going through the Passage Road. What's my observation? I did not find one store owned by an African Barbadian. One. Usually when I go to town to shop, I make it my priority to ask, does the African Barbadian own this store? Then I make it a priority to spend my money there. I've been doing that for 30 years. Now I ask, heard the Prime Minister say 3 days ago that there's people spreading unnecessary panic. Unnecessary panic? We have a magic wand. Tell me where our and these people that own these businesses, and don't play no racist thing with me because I ain't gonna work. These people that own these businesses are arrivals in this country, most of them less than 20 years. We're 85.7% of this population, Afro-Barbadians. 85.7. 3.8% of people control 94% of all resources. Worse in America. Umar Johnson got those figures. I asked for a young child who vision a future in Barbados, or young children. She want to open a boutique. She want to open a gourmet restaurant. Where? We're going to build a floating city? We're going to resort to Canada and go underground? There's nothing left for our children, Mr. Commissaire. And any mathematical possibility or probabilities that you can come with can't change that. It cannot. Our children are doomed for another 150 years. No, it's not pessimism. It's reality. Right? And if you want to prove it to be pessimism, come with an argument to defend what I say. Or against anything I say. We don't want a big lot of optimism where it does not exist. Right? We need reality. We do not need fancy pomp and pageantry. We do not need more songwriters. We need to follow the instructions. Walter Rodney, Chancellor Williams, in the Stamascush, to Toussaint Louverture, right? Bookman Desalain, Winter Crawford. Remember Winter Crawford? Nothing is mentioned of him in Barbados. And in my opinion, he was the hero of the revolution. Nothing was mentioned of him.
Excuse me, sir.
Right?
Sorry to interrupt you, but we just want to give
There's no future in Barbados for our children. That's the end of it. I don't fancy nothing. You can interrupt me.
Thank you for your contribution. It is important and valued. Thank you. We're cognizant of time as the session is really due to end now, but we're going to give some opportunity for just a few more questions in the interest of time. So anybody else has question, comment? That means no. Panelists, do you have anything to add? Do you have anything to add before I close us out?
Can I?
Yes, please.
Everybody, good evening again. I just want to thank everyone for coming. And I just want to say this, to add to what David said, to add to what my dear, loving Nigerian sister, Adejoke said, and to add to what Kevin said. People don't understand that we keep saying how we are so highly educated, when in fact, if we examine it deeply, we will find that we are miseducated. Because when I went to school, for example, I was told that we had no history by a so-called highly intelligent teacher. Because he knew no better. He was sending the message to me that was sent to him previously. But then when I left school is when I became educated. Because in school I was miseducated. They were teaching us how to make a living, but not how to live. This is the big difference. Or how to become conscious and recognize who you are. All of that was said was in a negative way. Africa is backward. Africa is, we should be glad that we were enslaved. A man actually told me that his history teacher. So, but when I began to research after leaving school, then I realized the truth. That the opposite was the truth. That instead of Europe educating us, that we educated Europe. That we gave them all 7 liberal arts. Maths, science, biology, astrology, astronomy, music, and linguistics came out of Kemet that they renamed Egypt. That's a Greek name. That's not the real name. Right? And we could go on and on about names and so on. But I am saying to you that when we had universities, that they were living in mountains, caves, and trees, as I said in the song. So look at what the Moors did for them afterwards. We went so far as to teach them how to bathe. They did not know. They used to be scared. They thought that by bathing that something would go wrong with them. So we had to teach them how to bathe, apart from all the other things that we taught them. So my re-education brought me to the point where I had to now regurgitate in a different way and try to re-educate my people, which was a difficult task and still is a difficult task because they are suffering from neocolonialism. And when you suffer from neocolonialism, you have mental slavery up here. It becomes really hard to take it off. And then when you come to religiosity, they teach us what they know or what they were taught as well. So if you stood up and you said, there was never Jesus, people go, he's an atheist? And they don't understand that the name Jesus was created by the Catholic Church 500 years ago at the Conference of Nicaea. But if you tell them that they have not done that research, so they look at you angry or say, be compared to the Lord for Hebo, because he's song real antichrist. And they don't understand. The Christ, what's it? The letter J. It was not existing at that time. The Ethiopian Bible is 4,000 years older than the King James Version, and it has two things it don't have: the letter J, and it does not have a crucifixion. But we were taught that. We were taught crucifixion, Jesus, this, that. And so, you know how difficult it is to undo that, to unwrap all of that? That is your great-great-grandmother in there, your great-grandmother, your grandmother, your mother, your sister, your brother, your friends, your cousins, your uncles, your aunts, your teachers, your Scottish school teachers. All of this is put inside of you. So that is nothing that you could just get up one morning and unwrap. It takes time. It takes re-education to understand this. You don't have to be anti-anything or atheist. You just have to re-educate yourself. So when you become re-educated, then you become conscious. And when you become conscious, especially as an artist, you begin to write songs and not trash disguised as songs. Because what has happened, especially in the last 15 years in the Caribbean, is that we have been fed trash and told to accept it as being the norm or the new or the modern, you know, and that is a mistake. Because when you do that, you have now thrown out through the window Kamau Braffet. You throw out George Lamming. You throw out all the great writers that we had and have. You throw out Derek Walcott. You throw out Sparrow's great songs like Slaves. You know, this is what you're doing. You're throwing away everything. And so it impacts on the youth because they themselves don't know. So what you watch them doing? They're watching the Fort, just like me. But you know what they're doing? They're watching trash. Nothing to educate them or re-educate them. And if you try, you have great difficulty because they put a bar or a wall or a barrier there that says, I am young, I am now, I am me. You are you, you was. And so you have to fight against that, not in a physical way, but an educational manner to re-educate them, to sensitize them, and get them conscious. And in this disposition that we have, where we call it paint, politics, and power. The only way you can get that power is if you paint properly in a very politically motivated manner. And then you can become powerful or, how can you say, gain that kind of power. And so I want to thank again everyone for coming here this evening. And it was my pleasure to perform for you. And I thank the panel and I thank everyone for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I just want to, that commentator from from the audience who presented this very bleak view of our future, I want to respond and say that we will only have a bleak future if we permit our enemies to prevail against us. So we possess a culture, a nation, a Caribbean civilization that was wrought out of centuries of struggle and effort by our ancestors. It is a thing of value. The question is, will we defend it? Will we keep it and further develop it? Will we allow those who are opposed to our best interests to destroy our free education here in Barbados, to destroy our access to health care, to destroy our Barbados National Drug Service, where, to destroy our sovereignty, to destroy our Caribbean community. That is the question for us. We will have a bleak future if we do not gird up ourselves for the fight and prove able to defend what our ancestors have wrought for us. But I don't see that as our future. I believe that we have the resources, that we have the strength, that we have the commitment. And that is why I am sending out the challenge at this wonderful Carifesta, where it seems to me that this Carifesta 15 is reigniting that original vision of what a Carifesta was supposed to be, a coming together of the region's artists and its people. Not just the artists and its people, to clarify for themselves. So first of all, to celebrate who they are, to lift up and celebrate and take joy in who they are, but also to clarify the way ahead, to have serious conversations, to talk about serious issues, to gird up themselves for the battle ahead. And I think that this is what this particular Carifesta is doing in a very, very admirable way. And as soon as this Carifesta is over, our governments will be heading out to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for a summit with the heads of government of the African Union, the 6th and 7th of September in Ethiopia. Out of that summit will come a joint African-Caribbean partnership on reparations, will come a joint African-Caribbean partnership to engage in a campaign to deconstruct that myth of white Western superiority. And at the end of September, my brothers and sisters, on the 1st of October, we will inaugurate in the Caribbean a free movement regime between Barbados and Belize, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Dominica. We will create that new relationship between these 4 Caribbean countries, where our people will be free and welcome to move, to live, to work without the need for any work permit or any special permission. And we will create a model for our fellow CARICOM member states to join us. The point I am making is that you can see positive signs of forward movement and development. It is for us to sustain that movement and development. And it is to us, it is up to us to ensure that those who have been our historical enemies, who do not mean us well, and who would wish to subvert that development, that we do not permit them to succeed. So our future is in our hands. And our future is very bright if we do the right things. And we have the right values. And we have the right commitment. And we are conscious of the effort that our ancestors made, the sacrifices that they made, and we are resolved that we must not let down that struggle, that we must help to take that struggle to its final culmination and fulfillment. So I don't want us to end on any note of negativity. No, this Carifesta, there's nothing negative about this Carifesta. It is a positive coming together of the Caribbean artists and their people. And we must have that resolve that we are going to forge a powerful and positive future for our Caribbean civilization. Amen?
Amen.
Amen.
All right. Thank you so much, Ambassador, and especially for ensuring that we end on a high note. So power, paint, and politics. It has been quite a conversation that we've had today. Well, discussion, learning opportunity, call to arms, big conversation. So if we look at it, power, paint, and politics, art as resistance, identity reclamation, and solidarity building. In the Caribbean, creation is more than expression. It is survival, memory, and prophecy for a future. Let us carry that forward. With that, good night, and please be safe. Thank you. Yes, we need to.
We will never know. Yes. Time to move. Canada, it is my home. Eh, oh, boy, when you're coming home. But it's not where I was born. Eh, oh, boy, when you're coming down. It's so long I've been away. Oh, boy, when you're coming home. Plenty night and plenty day. Oh, boy, when you're coming down. Oh, baby, she's a calling to me. Ah, the rhythm ringing out, man, they must. Oh, baby, she's a calling to me. But the gal crying out in vain. I said, Carifesta is where I will be. On the lake shore. Don't expect me home for Guapora. Oh, baby, she's a calling to me. Ah, the rhythm ringing out, man, they must. Oh, baby, she's a calling to me. But the gal crying out in vain. I said, I come from the Caribbean, oh, boy, when you're coming home. Prettiest place you ever seen, oh, boy, when you're coming down. But right now I like it here, oh, boy, when you're coming home. And I don't plan to go nowhere, oh, boy, when you're coming down. Oh, Jamaica, she's a calling to me. Ah, the rhythm ringing out, man, they must. Oh, Jamaica, she's a calling to me. But the gal crying out in vain.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Frank Cullimore Hall, Barbados' premier performing arts center. Please pay attention Ladies and gentlemen,
Night and day are catching hell. People think I'm doing well just because I sing a few calypso. But that is my misery. Calypso don't make money, but most of them don't know that I have my axe to grind, just like any other man existing in poverty and this giant ghetto land. But I intend to hang on. Tell them for me no dice. I ain't gonna eat lice. I ain't gonna grow old sitting in the cold, not me. No way, they go have to beat me. They go have to eat me, or the heads go roll. Tell them I say I was born in this land, I go die in this land. Nobody go run me from where me come from. Nobody go run me, lad. Nobody go run me. Nobody go run me. Nobody go run me. Me mama must nyam. Me papa must nyam. Me woman must nyam. Me pickle must nyam. Nobody go run me. Nobody go run me. Nobody go run me, lad. Nobody go run me. Life ain't much for us to choose. Some we win and some we lose. But sometimes life is so confusing. I had a lot of friends one time whom I used to wine and dine and gave them bread when they need it. Now most of them against me, take me, make the enemy, simply because I am not what they all want me to be. And with the political views I can't agree, but tell them for me no dice. I ain't gonna eat lice, I ain't gonna grow old sitting in the cold, not me algae. No way, they go have to beat me, they go have to eat me, or the heads go roll. Tell them I say I was born in this land, I go die in this land. Nobody go run me from where me come from. Nobody go run me. Nobody go run me. Nobody go run me. Nobody go run me. Me mama must nyam. Me papa must nyam. Me woman must nyam. Me pickney must nyam. Nobody go run me. Nobody go run me. Let's go. 12 days I at CBC, work at Halcyon for free, when they went bankrupt and had no money. Because of my tolerance, they gave me the assurance the job belongs to me. But I hear some people high in our society, they don't like my calypso because they can't control me, so they plan to kick out my ass. Tell them, party no dice. I ain't gonna eat lice, I ain't gonna grow old sitting in the cold, not me shorty. No way, all you have to beat me, all you have to bury me more than 6 feet and more. Tell them I say I was born in this land, I go die in this land. Nobody go run me from where me come from. Nobody go run me. Nobody go run me. Nobody go run me. Nobody go run me. Me mama must nyam. Me papa must nyam. Me woman must nyam. Me pickney must nyam. Nobody go run me. Nobody go run me. Election come and gone. Some of them treat me with scorn. Others put the whole point again.
Yannick?
Monique,
Yannick is really you?
you still around?
Oh God, Yannick is you for true. Oh God, Yannick. But what you doing here? You know, it's been years since we see you in this place.
But I thought you left Antigua by now, Monique.
No.
So long, Yannick. Yeah, I had to come back, man. I had to come back and check up on Mama.
Yes.
She's not doing too well.
Mama Helen?
Yeah.
Mama Helen not doing too well?
Yeah.
Mama, is where you hear that? Your grandmother is as strong as ever. Nobody tell wrong you're strong like she. And you know, it's just the other day I we hear she done a market a cuss nigga as usual.
Well, you know, that's Mama. But, you know, she suffered with the sugar and the pressure and so. But besides from that, I had to come back and check up on some family business. You know?
Yes. Well, Yannick. You left here when you was 15 and look at you now. You're still as handsome as ever, Yannick. Oh God, and are we here? You have big job up in Manhattan.
Oh, you see?
Yes, and that you're making plenty money, Yannick. That's what are we here?
I think you mean Manhattan.
Same thing, yes.
And America is not all a bed of roses now. Things can be hard up there too.
Yes. Especially now that are we here, Trump, and deport plenty people back down in the yard. Oh God! But Yannick, you married yet?
No.
Any children?
No, Julie, no. Monique, I don't have any kids.
Any girlfriend yet?
No.
Monique, let's go. Oh God, hold on, Julie. You know, see, I'm talking to this handsome fella. Oh God, that's my friend Julie. She and she family used to live a town, but then just moved a country, and now she live right in front of me. Julie, say hello to the young man.
Nice to meet you, Julie.
Same. I'll go in. Oh God, hold on, Julie. Wait, so you're staying by your grandmother, right?
Yeah, man. Where else?
Yannick, I'm going to come and look for you.
Okay.
You know, I'm still single, right?
Really?
Yes, Yannick.
You're not married yet?
Not yet, no.
I remember you, you know. I remember you was a hot one back in the day.
Yes. And I have 4 children now, you know, but Yannick, I still hot, Yannick.
Okay, cool. Well, I guess we'll catch up.
Yes.
I guess we'll catch up sometime.
You know, I will be sure to come and look for you,
all right.
Yannick. Yes, you know, your grandmother still don't like me, you know, but that's okay. She just all and miserable.
Well, and everything in you born now.
You got that right, Yannick. You got that right.
All right, cool. We'll catch up. It was nice to meet you, Julie.
Oh, God, I'm married.
No.
Oh, God.
I don't go through the house.
You can come off of cloud 9 now. Julie? Who was that guy? Oh, God, Julie, my heart. Julie, that man was my husband-to-be. Oh, God, I love him. Oh. Husband-to-be? You got everybody for your husband-to-be. Just last week, it was Gertrude's nephew. 3 weeks ago, old man Harley, even though you know he married in England. And just Christmas gone, it was the 20-year-old from Guadeloupe. Julie, that was just the rehearsal, man. You don't know Yannick is the real deal. Oh, God, Julie. We went to school together. We're the same age. And if his mother never went to America and sent for him up there, we would have married all now. But you know what they say, Julie? You know what they say?
What they say?
Oh, God, they say it's never too late. Oh, God. Oh,
Never too late for what? You have 4 children for 4 different men.
You know, you don't always have to bring my children and their fathers up in your conversation, right? Oh, God, Jack, Julie, me and your friend. My children and their fathers are quite fine. They are quite fine.
Really, Monique? 4 children for 4 different men. 2 that live with the individual fathers and 2 that the fathers don't even support. And you out here thinking about relationship again, Monique? You know, sometimes I just really have to wonder if you take life serious and so. Come ask you a question. Your head good?
Okay. Just done now. Done, Madam Virgin Mary. Because you like you never make no mistake for your whole life.
More like 4 of the same mistake. Come on, man, Monica, a little joke. A little joke with him, man. A little joke.
You know what? Me gone.
Monique, where you going? I was joking.
Julie, do not touch
Monique,
me. Do not touch me, Julie.
Wait, Monique, wait, man.
Don't
I make a
touch
joke with
me.
him. Make it 2 touches, man. Monique, wait.
You are talking to? Tell me, what are you going to do? Because this I want big disappointment. Not hear one living word from you for the last 6 years, and all of a sudden you just show up and me do them out.
So, Mama, what your cousin I get on so far? You asking me for leave?
That I know what me say. Tell me what happened, make you come back. Because from all you talking, it not sound as if you have no plans for go back. Your mother must be turning in a grave. Tell me what happened, make you come back to Antigua with your 2 long hands. That's what me ask.
I don't want to talk about this.
Hey! Listen to me.
Mama.
You are going to answer my question today?
Mama, some
or you can't tap in ya.
Mama. Two years ago, when Mommy died, things just started going downhill. It wasn't my fault I was illegal in the people them country, Mama. Mommy did not do what she was supposed to do for me. And by the time I started to figure out things on my own and get the papers and so in order, the money, the run around, the lawyer fees, I couldn't manage. So I just not bother with that.
So what are you trying to tell me? That you wasn't straight in the people and them country? If you're not straight, why you come out? You know it's not going to be easy for you to get back in.
I can't go back. They deport me.
Deport? Deport!
Mama, keep your voice down now.
Jesus, Savior, pilot me. But I want this permit to the Lord. You know how people in this community feel about people who get deported? If they hear this, they're not going to want you around here.
Mama, I know it's not easy to hear this now. But you don't have to get on so with me.
You're damn right. It is not easy to hear. You know what people got say when they hear this? You know how they feel about people who get deported?
Yes, I know. Mommy does tell me the stories, so I know. She does tell me how the village people and them think it's only rapists, robber, and murderer get deported. And how they used to run them from the village when they come.
Used to? Used to? They still do it. It is not as bad as 20 years ago, but people still feel the same way. You know this shame and this grief. You bring to me? When Martin and the other market people hear this, me sure me pressure have gone up. My pressure have gone up now.
But none of them have to know. None of them have to know. And besides, it's none of their damn business neither.
Jesus Christ. Not even a barrel? So, when me if you tell people, when they hear that my grandson come and ask me what is in the barrel?
Mama, that's all you can think about? Barrel? And what people bring from America? Come on now, Mama. Mama, I just need a month or two to figure out what I'm going to do. Just a month or two.
Helen! Howdy. Morning, Helen. What an excitement. Morning, Madeline. How you do, my dear? Girl, me a make out. Make out, Helen? What you a do better than make out? What an excitement. Hey, how about make you so excited? What you mean? You know, Helen, me not understand how me and you so good and you left me out. Left you out of what, Madeline? Well, school children say, and you know, school children say a whole lot of things.
Hey, is how he come back here all of a sudden?
No, for no.
I hear he get deported for fraud.
What?
Well, here what? He can't tap ya. Sad.
Miss Marlene.
Yes,
and
girl.
so you go, you know.
Uh-huh.
You want to know what I hear?
What? Tell me, girl.
I hear he get deported for statutory rape.
What?
Yes. You want to know what happened?
Tell
And
me.
like a school girl, he got trouble.
What?
Yeah, and they send him back.
Mhm.
And you know what happened? He messed with the wrong one.
Wrong one?
Good for he.
Good for you.
He sound like he me mix up with the mafia.
Mix up.
Me no want he round for me, son.
Mm-mm. Take your time.
My sister husband say he committed murder
What?
and was sent to jail before they deport him.
Oh, gosh. He needs to find somewhere else to live.
Walk light.
Hey, in addition to that, here the boy me in a gang.
What?
Yeah, right in New York. Blood them say. So hear this. He can't
tap ya.
No.
You know here, my cousin said that Yannick was deep in a carjacking and bank robbery in Brooklyn.
What?
He can't stay in this community again. Not now, not ever.
Yes. School children say that your grandson reached back from America and he bring a barrel and a lot of goodies. So I just wondering if nothing there for me. Well, it's all right if you don't unpack yet. I can't wait. And I know the ball will take a few more days to come.
Yes.
So where he?
You know, he gone out to do some business.
Oh, okay.
And I don't even know what time he's coming back.
So, is here he staying? Or at a hotel? And I know he driving a rental car, right?
No, Miss Marlin, I won't be driving a rental car.
Oh.
And yes, it's right here with my mind.
You look good though. Yeah. I thought you was out.
I was. I just came in through the back.
So, it's how y'all managing with all this deporting Donald Trump doing. Such a shame. It's a lucky thing. My son don't sort out his documents, and any day now, he filing for me and his sisters. But I'm sure you're going to do the same for Helen.
So, Miss Madeline, how is your son, VJ?
He good, you know. I couldn't be prouder.
And when last you hear from him?
He send message on the computer every week to his sisters. So I hear from him all the time. You know, I old. So I don't know too much about the face.
Look.
And the Esther.
Rob.
And the flick.
Flock.
You mean Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok?
That's exactly what I'm talking, man.
That's why I just hopeless.
Oh, but Helen, just watch me and you in a them dollar store in a New York, and we winter coat, and we scarf, and we ears muffins. Oh, what a day! I can't wait for it.
Well, I for one have no intention of going to live in any icebox. I love my little house on the ceiling in little Antigua. Antigua, nice! So, good luck to you with your ear muffin in your icebox.
Ma, I going down the road to meet Koto.
Oh, tell him I stay waiting on the little help in the cassava field.
Yes, ma.
Leave people business alone. Thank you, Jesus. Leave people business alone. Thank you, Jesus. Madeline!
Hey! You know you don't have to frighten me so now.
What else can I help you with? Because I'm going into the garden to weed some grass.
Don't say I'm too inquisitive. But I find it a little strange how your grandson reached back so sudden without no word.
Yes, Madeleine, you're inquisitive. And how you know that he come back without any word that he's coming?
Well, as secretary of the Cherry Hill community, I would have done here. And me and you good. So I know you wouldn't keep this from me. You might not see we as good. But I hold you in high regard, Helen.
Okay.
High regard.
Okay, Madeleine, I hear you.
Anyway, you're going to the village Calypso competition Saturday night?
Calypso competition? What me big woman have with that? I beg you, please. Don't ask me nothing about this devil music. Because I neither want to see it nor hear about it.
Well, it's right under the old tamarind tree it happening this year. So you have to see and hear.
I will be in my house. Hey! Hey! Whew. I will be in my house reading my Bible.
I don't see what you have against the Calypso competition now. Ever since you turned Christian, you don't want to take part in a nothing cultural. It's every year it happened. It's part of this village history. And remember, when you're just young, you used to take part.
Well, as you just said, when I was young and foolish.
Anyway, when the barrel come, no forget me. I hear. I wonder who them think they're dealing with you. Just imagine all of them who reject Antigua now have to run come back down to their own vomit. Antigua nice for true. Antigua is home.
Know, yeah, there's some places where I live and we can go there. Let me show ya what it really feels like to heaven. Oh no fair, and it's so clear. Just the people full of vibes and it shows, yeah. That's my homie, yeah. This little island in the Caribbean sun. So forget about your problems and leave them all behind. There's so much to do, so much to find. No worry about nothing, gonna have a good time. Ain't got nothing on my mind, but take me home, take me home, take me home to paradise. I wanna go home, take me home, take me home, take me home where I feel alive, yeah. When the sun
What you think I be? A loose girl?
You don't have to be like that, no, Julie. I really like you.
Like me? And what about Monique? I thought you and her were an item.
Me and Monique are just friends, man. We go way back.
So you say. So anyways, tell me, what make you come back there, Antigua, all of a sudden? I hear so many people talking, saying how America nice, nice, nice.
Well, some things are nice. But not everything.
Well, I dream of the day when I get my visa and I can go to New York. I want to go shopping and I want to see the snow.
Okay.
I can't wait for that day. I cannot wait. And you know, maybe we can even meet up and go to dinner at one of them fancy restaurants in Manhattan.
Hey, that sounds good. But America is not all a bed of roses now. Things can be hard up there too.
So, it doesn't sound like you plan to go back?
I don't know yet. I maybe want to start a business or something down there. Because when I look around and see all the development that has happened all those years ago since I left, I really have to admit, Antigua nice for sure.
This is my island in the sun, where my people have toiled since time begun. I may sail on many a sea, her shores will always be home to me. Oh, island in the sun, built to me by my father's hand, all my days I will sing in praise of your forest waters, your shining sun. As morning breaks, the heaven on high, I lift my heavy load to the sky. Sun comes down with a burning glow, mingles my sweat with the earth below. Oh, island in the sun, built to me by my father's hand, all my days I will sing in praise of your forest waters, your shining sun. I see woman on bended knee, cutting cane for her family. I see man at the water's side, casting nets at the surging tide. Oh, island in the sun, built to me by my father's hand, all my days I will sing in praise of your forest waters, your shining sun. I hope the day will never come that I can't awake to the sound of drum.
No, don't stop on my account. So it's really true for true. Betrayal at its finest.
What are you talking about, Monique?
You know damn well what I'm talking about, you know, Julie. Because the whole community know it. You know how I feel about Yannick.
And you still went and do that. How you could do this to me, Julie? You know what? You're right. She is nothing but a man snatcher. She plays she better than people. And then she just turn around and she stab them in the back.
Monique, please. You are old and washed up. Use, abuse, misuse, and refuse. Me? You are not in the same class as me. You know what you need to do? Is focus on the multitude of fatherless children you have and stop chasing behind men that's not interested in you.
She have a problem with my fatherless children. You have a problem with my fatherless children. But let me tell you something. You see, with all the mistakes I have ever made in my life, you will never be a better woman than me.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? Move. I am a better woman than you. The whole village know that it's true. When they see the things I does do, they say I am a better woman than you. Tell she. You tell she, give me please.
I am a better woman than you. I don't have to prove this to you. Everybody know that it's true. I am young and sweeter than you. Make she know. Many things she hear.
I am a better woman than you. I turn fungi better than you.
I can wind up better than you.
I am a better woman than you.
Watch. Hey, Monique, stop. Just stop it. Please. Because me and you not in anything.
Right.
So please, stop go around the community telling people that we're together. Okay?
Yannick, you are right. You're right, Yannick. Me and you, we could never be in anything. Because how could I be with a deportee?
Stop.
You are a deportee. A deportee who was thrown out of the great USA flat on his face by Trump. They leave these beautiful islands. And a lot of them, they run away hoping to find greener pastures. And you know, some of them even run away because they are ashamed of who we are. But when they run away, some of them like they forget. Listen me now, this a truth and call. Antigua Dea, we still a stand tall. Sunrise pan sea, gold dust fall, but them blind to she glory. Me, not at all. Your beach is soft with sugar pink sand, wrapped gently round our emerald land. 365 days, say. One beach for every blessed day. Rise me island, plant your flag firm. Show the world your story, make them learn. Beauty can't hide like light pan hill. Antigua, me love you, you're shining still. Come back here, pretending that everything is okay. And you know damn well it's not okay, Yannick.
You were deported from the States. Why couldn't you just tell me the truth, Yannick?
What is all this lying and pretending for?
Julie,
No,
Julie, I can explain.
there is nothing that you can explain to me. Why couldn't you just tell me the truth?
Julie, Julie.
He can explain. Oh God, Julie, he can explain. Why couldn't you just tell me the truth? Julie, I can explain. Ooh.
Yes, you, Yannick, and you, Mukombo.
Miss Madeline, I have never disrespected you.
Don't call my name.
You know what you and your niece need to do? You and your niece need to stop walking around this community telling people that we get deported from America.
But that is what you are. Not even a barrel. You bring back from America. You know, shame. Your mother must be rolling in her grave. And I know your grandmother full of shame.
Shame? Shame, Madeline. There is nothing shameful about my grandson. What is shameful is that a big woman like you walking around this community telling stories about my grandson that you know nothing about.
Okay.
Tell the truth, Helen. This whole community wants to know.
Right.
Why was your grandson deported from America?
Make Trump throw he out.
Was he involved in gang-related activities?
Thank you.
What did he rob? Or maybe even worse, he was a rape somebody.
Wait, and who are you called rapist? Robber and murderer.
No, Yannick. You left them to me. Left them to me.
Talk, Rasta.
Here, the man who like King Selassie most high.
Yeah, Jah.
No, Yannick. Answer the question. What? You have something to hide? We're sick and tired. A youth getting deported.
That's right. Exactly right.
Coming back here. Influencing other youth. In all kinds of deviant behavior. Hey.
Rastafari.
Cherry Hill, we now stand for it.
That's right. And my Helen, you know it's true. You know it. Our young men going astray. And when young men like that come back in the community, they drag all the young men down with them, man. We can't keep it up in this community, man. My Helen, you know that.
Yes. We're losing our youths. We're losing our culture. Our kids embracing everything except what is ours. It has to stop.
What all that have to do with my grandson? What?
He is a deportee.
That's right.
And up to now, I don't know why make Trump send him back.
Madeline, it's a long time. I know you envy me and my family.
Me, Helen.
Yes, you.
Me, Helen.
Me. Yes.
If anyone has been envious and bad mind, it's you.
Tell she.
Me? It's you. Because what kind of friend you be that you encourage your own sister to go after my late husband?
Oh, so that is the problem.
Madeline, you're still with that? That was years ago. And both your husband and my sister done dead and gone.
They might be dead and gone. But what you did is still very much alive.
What I did? What I did? I didn't do anything. My sister was a big woman at the time. And furthermore, when you have a problem with a man, you deal with the man. Because when you think you get rid of one woman, he go out there and find another.
You want something with me?
Yes.
Something with who?
You want something with me?
You
need to leave.
Though I could stay all the way down the road and hear all this commotion. Now just imagine 2 big women, pillars of this community, fussing over what Trump did or did not do. Fussing over infidelity that took place years ago. Now tell you what, you two were expert performers and pick-and singers back in the days.
You?
At Dying Art Farm, you both learned from your parents. And so tell you what, let's fight one another with lyrics.
Yes. Huh? Yes. That's right. I'm a Christian woman. I have no part. No part in that.
You listen me. And listen me well. We have got to find a way to put an end to this. Now, we can use this battle as a rehearsal for the big Cherry Hill pick-and competition.
It's true, Auntie, it's true. The only way I will participate in this is if after I win, everybody in this community leave my grandson to live his life. My grandson is no criminal. He's no rapist, no murderer, no robber.
Okay.
I can text you on any day. I already know, head man.
Hear ye, hear ye. It's the battle of the women. It's pick-em time. A dying art form given to us by our forefathers. Come one, come all. It's the lyrical battle of Mama Marley. And Ma Helen.
Let's go, Mama! Let's go, Mama!
Madeline, you are one big bully, but don't bother think my Ellen coolly. You can rant, you can rave, and you can shout. Just keep me grandson name out of your mouth.
My Helen, I thought we were friends, but with you I never want to make amends. Your grandson was deported from the great USA, so in this community he cannot stay.
You're vexed for what happened years ago, but me, my Ellen, just want to let you know. My sister was sweet, that's why you honey couldn't keep his hand them off a she.
From me now. Your head big and your body small. I don't know how men look at you at all. You don't behave like a role model. You behave like a Christian woman for sure. Happy show you be hypocrite. At this point, I'm not going to be nice. Your clothes dirty and your head full of lies. You're hungry for love, nobody care about you. And if you slander my name, I am going to sue.
Deportees are human like you and me. You never have a problem with the barrel, you see. True. When I'm done with you, you are going to cry. You're going to say, Lord, I wish I would die. If you come close to me and knock you down this hill, if you touch me today, I might have to kill. I don't have a problem going to jail, cause my grandson can't afford the bail.
Ladies, let's not get violent today. We keeping it clean, so please do not stray. We must tackle the problem at hand. That is what we come here for. That is the plan.
It's a long time I know she envy me.
She's supposed to be a lead in this community.
I remember today you threatened me,
but your deported grandson still can't stay wrong. We can't have
We deportees fed up, we born here too. This land was made for both me and you. Fed up by the name calling and finger pointing. It's trying to make life in the US a sin. Cherry Hill people have sample for you. Living in the States, they depend on you. For clothes and money and barrel too. But from the time you get deported, I owe you! My immigration status is my business. So don't question mama, she not taking a quiz. You soon have bigger problems to face, you see. So take your mouth off of she and off of me.
Listen, we don't need to know why you was deported from America. We need him to lead this community.
That's right.
We could be harboring a criminal. He could be a rapist. Rapist, murderer, criminal. Rapist, murderer, criminal. Rapist, murderer, criminal. I know what's here.
Easy, villagers of Cherry Hill. Come on, man. Now listen. This must be the general consensus of this entire community in order for us to banish anyone from this place. So hear this. We are going to take a vote.
Right, yes, headman.
All those in favor of Mr. Yannick Samuel, a known deportee from the States, to stay in this community, show by the raise of hands. And all those in favor of Yannick Samuel packing his Georgie bungle and leaving Cherry Hill for good, Show by the ways of hands. So, it would appear, Mr. Yannick, that by sunset this evening, you must pack your belongings and leave Cherry Hill. for good.
Yes, man. Yes, thank you.
Miss Madeline, VJ. VJ, come.
My son VJ?
Yes,
Oh, God.
he comes from the hill behind me.
VJ. Yes, oh God. He come for you, he come for you. Oh, son. Oh, son, oh gosh. Thank you, Jesus. VJ, is what happened to you? Why you look so? VJ, is you attacking too? Open your mouth and talk to me, son. What? Why you dressed so? And only have one bag.
Mama, things just never worked out for me. I tried. I really did. But things just never go as planned.
What you saying to me, VJ?
I was in prison for the last 6 months. I didn't meant for things to go this way, Mama. It's the port, they deport me.
Deport?
Yes. If it wasn't for Yannick, I would have done come home a long time. Hey, he helped me to get back on my feet when I was down and out. He gave me shelter for the last year. He was real good to me. And after he got deported, I had nothing. No one. I had to start fending for myself.
And what happened? What happened?
I just get caught up in the wrong crowd, Mama. The wrong crowd, Mama.
VJ, you bring shame on me. You bring shame on the family name. My God, this is more than I can bear.
Calm down, Miss Madeline.
Oh, Lord.
Calm down. Remember, these children are gifts to us from God. Yes, they went out there and tried to make life in the great USA, and things didn't work out. But it is not the end of the world. I mean, it's right here, the barn. Come. Get up. Right here. And so we must welcome them back with open arms. Deported or not, win or lose, Antigua is their home, and Antigua is nice.
What? But look who I treat Helen and her grandson.
Mama. Mama.
Okay. Show what upon that now. All are we are one.
Oh, Lord, forgive me, Helen. Forgive me. Yannick, forgive me ignorance. Sorry.
Listen. This treatment that we give to those who have to return home for whatever reason must come to an end.
Yes, we need to change our thinking.
Deported don't mean criminal.
Deported don't mean thief. Deported don't mean rapist. Deported don't mean scammer.
Deported don't mean murderer. Yes, true.
All how we come from this little island.
Yeah.
From Freetown to Old Road.
From Willie Keys to English Harbor. From Clare Hall to Browns Avenue.
From Grace Farm to Crab Hill.
From Sweets to Seaton.
From Shirley's Heights to Fort James, we are one.
This is my island in the sun, jamming from since time begun. This is my island in the sun, no one can party like me. This a wonderful Antigua, may I go pick you up, may I go pick you up, yeah. No matter where I roam, you will always be my home, yeah. Sometimes the road get rough, me not gonna let you down, me not gonna give you up, no way. In the heat of the summertime, we make bacchanal, we love carnival, Antigua nice, sweet like paradise, Antigua nice, showing for the world to see, Antigua nice, how we live in unity. If you love this country, I wanna see your flags in the sky, high, high, high. If you love Antigua, participate, come celebrate, fly a flag, fly it high, high, straight up to the sky, yeah. Fly a flag, fly it high, high, fly it for the world to see. Show the world for your flag, show the world that you're glad, show the world for your flag, Antigua where you come from. Show the world for your flag, show the world that you're glad, Antigua go put your flag in high, 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 spin it like a rotor, everybody come spin it like a rotor, wanna see your flag spin it like a rotor, everybody come, helicopter with your ride, helicopter with your flag, nowhere else but Antigua, me I go live me life, me I go live me life, yeah, no matter what them say, I will never run away, yeah, you always give me love, you never let me down, you never let me down, no way, 'cause when it comes to party time, we party John line, we love John and why Antigua nice, sweet like paradise, Antigua nice, showing for the world to see, Antigua nice, how we live in unity. If you love this country, I wanna see your flags in the sky, high, high, high. If you love Antigua, participate, come celebrate, fly a flag, fly it high, high, straight up.
Me fuck up. This line you never see.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will now be a 20-minute
idea was born, a new vision spawned
From a seed, from a seed.
Down there in the Isles of the West Indies, the vision was shaped and flung in the breeze.
From a seed, from a seed.
And in the waters of the Caribbean, there's an idea sailing on.
Sailing on a dream. And the idea was a hope, and the hope was a boat. Passengers sailing on from port to port. We boys, we sail and gone on the SS, come on. We boys, we sail and gone on the SS, come on. We are boat people. We are boat people. Is the boat that really have us soul?
Through perils, through storms, through adversity, we keep sailing on till we all are free.
All are free. All are free.
We shall overcome the enemy inside our we. We shall scatter the darkness, so we shall see.
We shall see. We shall see.
And through hard work and unity, we'll rally on to our destiny.
Destiny on the sea. And the idea was a hope, and the hope was a boat. Passengers sailing on from port to port. We boys, we sail and gone on the SS, come on. We boys, we sail and gone on the SS, come on. We are boat people. We are boat people. Is the boat already have us soul?
As we keep journeying on through the seasons, someday we will reach the horizon. Horizon, horizon. The obstacles will come, our ship will prevail. The mission is on, which will never fail. Never fail, never fail. And in the waters of the Caribbean, the ship sails on, sailing on a dream. On a dream, on a dream.
And the idea was a hope, and the hope was a boat. Passengers sailing on from port to port. We boys, we sail and gone on the SS, come on. We boys, we sail and gone on the SS, come on. We are boat people. We are boat people. Is the boat that really has
Well, he's a naval officer of the highest grade. I'm talking about the man called Captain Grenade. Always spick and span and sharp as a blade. Welcome to the man called Captain Grenade. He's very learned and well qualified, with lot of experience from far and wide. He's the man who go lead with true adversity, humanity. Thank you, laddie. And who might you be? I is extempo, and I have plenty more lyrics, boss.
You know, you seem to be a lad with initiative. Yes, I hereby appoint you first mate.
Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. But how about the lyrics, boss?
Another time, another time. Oh, Rev, you're up early.
Call it an early morning inspiration.
How about an early morning perspiration?
Division of labor, my son.
Of course, you must forgive me, Reverend. I keep forgetting. So, how are things looking, mate?
As right as rain.
No. I will have no talk of rain. We need no squalls in the heavens. And the seas must be calm, like glass.
Aye, skipper.
And how is the one with the nimble fingers?
Mending the troubles away as usual. Shack's the name.
Well met, Shack. Yeah. I would that my own troubled soul were as well mended as you do sail.
It's all in the sowing, skipper. As a man sow, that he shall reap.
And wisely put too.
Captain, this is pickaxe.
Top of the day to you, sturdy one.
Morning, Captain.
May the might of your arms never be corrupted by arthritis.
Yeah, I'm strong like a bull cow, Captain.
So good to hear. So good to hear. And who is the greasy crew member?
Oh, he goes by the name of Willambe. And boss, he come strongly recommended, you know. They say he is the best.
At what, mate?
At cooking, skipper.
Willambe!
Yes, boss.
Come. Have you been rubbing with the stuff?
No, boss. It's so bad. Grease up and black.
Very well then, man. Carry on. Cock, man. Cock! Did you see the way he walked and whined?
No, don't worry. That is a thing with jabs, Captain.
That is the one they call him Captain Grenade. They say he's very wise and a son of ours who come back.
But he's a good captain, Miss Chantel.
I understand you, Digital. If he wise, he good.
A good captain must possess great navigational skill, and he must have state-of-the-art equipment.
I don't care about that, as long as he could drive the boat.
I'm thankful that this is not an iron ball. I'm afraid iron ball.
He's probably some fake, all dressed up in a captain's uniform to fool us.
Woman, why you don't shut up?
Excuse me? I have a right to express my opinion.
Not if you're talking stupidness. Mrs. Donovan, you barely know the man, but you're about talking him already.
Well, I have to consider the risk I am taking. Maybe I should wait around for a vessel more befitting for someone of my station.
And what might the station be? The police station? Nobody enforcing you, no, woman. You could stay if you want. Stay and stand.
All right. Listen up, everybody. The captain will speak to you.
Exactly.
I am your new captain. The goodly Reverend and myself have been sent to you by the Agency for New Beginnings in response to your SOS. Now, some of you may not know, but I too am a son of the Kamahan, sent out years ago and studied, invested with the best fortune and interests of my guardian. Fortune has placed on me the mantle of leadership, and so I rise to the occasion. I will lead in the hopes that I will find leadership in your collective leadership. Guidance, that is. So, there's not much to be said for our travels, except that we will be journeying far and traveling by night. All who want to come can come. At first cock's crow tomorrow morning, passengers will register. By noon, I will hoist my sails. Now, this is not a journey for the weak at heart, for before the night is over, we will encounter many perils. If we make it through the waters of adversity, there will be hope. So fortify yourselves and come. Let every man jack be well prepared and ready, for there will be no turning back.
No turning back.
No turning back, no turning back. We have decided to make this journey. We have decided to make this journey. We have decided to make this journey. No turning back, no turning back. We have decided to make this journey. We have decided to make this journey. We have decided to make this journey. No turning back, no turning back. We have decided to make this journey. We have decided to make this journey. We have decided to make this journey. No turning back, no turning back.
Sakitan Palelot! This is when registration starts. Colin! Mrs. Donovan! Mrs. Donovan!
Good start, man.
Now that is a fine shawl, lady.
And rather exotic too. Hand woven by extinct continental tribes.
Very impressive.
You see, Captain, I am given to understand that it can get a trifle chilly out here in the ocean.
You have been correctly informed.
Can I ask you a straight question, sir?
Proceed, lady.
Is your boat seaworthy?
Aye, that I do credit.
Then it is credit-worthy.
Well, the mast is made from good local maho. I trust you have nothing against local wood, madam?
No, sir. As long as it has been approved by the IMF.
The who?
The International Maho Foundation.
I'm afraid not, lady.
Then, what's about the World Plank? Have they given your ship a clean bill of health?
Look, lady, there were no world authorities in the time of Columbus, but that did not stop him from sailing.
And look what happened to him. He thought he was going east and ended up west.
Yes, and had he not done that, you would not be here to doubt me. Now, are you sailing?
With great reservation.
Well, it is only a small boat, so all reservations shall be small. Sign here. Thank you. Right this way. Next.
Colin Digital! Digital!
The complexities of modern navigational science are truly astounding.
I dare say.
State-of-the-art equipment is absolutely indispensable.
I know what you mean.
So how you plan to take us through adversity in an ill-equipped, reconditioned, or wrecked like that?
We will sail. Next! Sign here.
Colin Natty Dread! Natty Dread! Bam, bam, ba-dam, bam, 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 ba. Hey, hail to the Harticle captain.
Harticle? Does he think I have a heart condition?
I am Ras, Natty, highly.
Ah, and I am highly delighted.
Where must and I sign?
Right here on the dotted line. Colin!
John!
Well, I sure hope the other eye gets here before we leave port.
Colin Marchantel! Marchantel!
Ah, yes, the multitude.
How you call us, Captain?
Never mind, madam. There is food and drink for all.
well, it's me and my grandson, New Moon. I call him New Moon because he's very bright.
Sir, customs regulations require full disclosure of the contents in your bag.
Hey, no worries, Captain. It's only seeds. Seeds to plant the harvest for the new generation.
Ah, I see. You are one for food security. Please, proceed.
I is Marchantel, and these people here, them is my children.
What? Very impressive. Even the old man?
Hey, who you calling old mister? Watch your mouth, eh?
Calm down, Pajak. Excuse him, Captain. He bark worse than he bite.
You're only saying that because I never bite you yet.
Pajak!
That's a good one, Captain.
Oh, yes. That's a good one, boy.
Come, let me say, only the president have a better signature than the... Watch that. In the
And you, lady, aren't you just a little apprehensive?
Just a little nervous, Captain. But don't worry, I done dig up my neighbor string a long time ago.
Very well. We then proceed with the registration. Sign here.
Not so fast, Captain.
What's the matter, lady? The tide isn't going to wait for us forever, you know.
The ship, Captain.
What happened to the ship?
The ship must bless.
Ah, the goodly reverend will say a prayer for us as we shove off.
I will administer a good Christian blessing.
What?
Let us bow our heads.
Hold on. What is she doing?
She's about to practice some heathen ritual. Stop her, my son.
No. She promised a blessing.
She will call down evil.
I think not, Reverend. She stakes the future of her children on this very ship.
You do not know these people, Captain.
We going forward and forward never. We going forward and forward never. No turning back, no turning back. We going forward and forward never. We going forward and forward never. We going forward and forward never. No turning back, no turning back. We going forward and forward ever. We going forward and forward ever. We going forward and forward ever. No turning back, no turning back.
Voice the
forward and forward ever. We going forward.
Raise the anchor.
Nice. Yep. I skip.
Who's steering the boat, Captain?
Extempo, the first mate.
Oh, he.
Does that bother you, Holy Reverend?
Not if he puts down that devilish quarto of his.
You know, Rev, you seem to be a very bothered man.
What do you mean, my son?
Well, as I recall, you did not take kindly to Ma Chantel's ritual either.
I am a man of the cloth, Captain.
Good! We will need that where we are going.
Scoff if you like, but know that the journey is early yet.
I do find the night beautiful.
The evidence is before thine eyes.
So you agree? 'Tis a beautiful night.
And I pray it would remain so.
See how the waters glisten, Reverend.
Full moon, Captain.
Indeed. A time of new beginnings, of promise.
You think so?
Absolutely.
It's also a time when the lunatics come out.
Well, there is a lunatic in every one of us, Rev. Maybe we just need to let him out every once in a while.
Speak for yourself, Captain.
But there is promise.
Where?
But in these waters, of course.
Many a floundered aspiration lie wasted beneath these waters.
Still, we must aspire.
Aspire if you will, Captain, but know we sail an uncertain sea.
Reverend, we sail in the same boat, man. Take comfort.
Tell that to the passengers of the Island Queen schooner. August 5th, 1944. Not a soul survived.
You know, you are beginning to sound like a prophet of doom, man.
I'm sorry, but I call it as I see it, Captain.
So what does the goodly Reverend counsel then?
Turn this crate back. I am afflicted by a certain premonition. There is still time.
And what of our passengers, Reverend? We were commissioned to sail them to the new horizons.
Why waste time on a bunch of heathens?
Heathens? What do you mean, heathens?
Heathens, you know what I mean by heathens. Why waste time on them?
Is that a way to talk about our passengers, man?
Speaking of heathens.
Reverend?
Call of nature, my son.
Manuels.
What seems to be the matter, lady?
I can't sleep, Captain.
Motion of the ocean?
Nah, the boat shaking up too much, Captain.
You two seem to have certainly fallen in love.
I don't like the best bone in that man, Captain.
Well, even strange bedfellows must bed down together sometime.
He's not the kind of fellow I go bed down with now. Not Captain.
I can well understand. So, tell me, how did it happen?
What you talking about?
The wrecking of the Camahan.
Oh, that. Oh, my gosh.
Please, sit down.
Oh, Lord. Captain, it was a big bacchanal between the captain and the first mate.
Tell me all about it.
The boat was sailing just outside the rocks of Convention when the two of them come down with a kind of madness.
Madness?
They call it the man-rat syndrome.
Oh, that disease. It's an old disease, you know. It destroys the nervous system and makes its victims paranoid.
I don't know what it does do, but what I could tell you is that the two of them fight one another so ferocious that they forget to steer the boat. The next thing you know, the boat mash up on the Convention rocks.
And what of the warring parties?
Who?
The former captain and first mate.
Both of them dead, Captain.
These are tragic events, lady.
Well, so everybody does say. Well, the rest of us swim ashore, and the next day, the crew start repairing the boat. And then Madame Digital make a little talking box and say she calling for help.
Oh, so that's how my agency received your SOS.
We were sitting on the rocks, and the rocks was burning, and we there waiting. And the children begin to get starving and delirious. And that was when the white lady started taking them children away one by one in the night.
A white lady?
She appeared from out of nowhere, and she had strange powers over the youth. You know, we was afraid that she would eat up the entire generation, you know.
I see. So you presume to escape this white lady by traveling?
Well, we go take we chances, Captain.
Very well. Get some rest while the night is still peaceful.
Captain, you sure you could make it?
Well, I guess we'll all find out.
Uh-huh. Ah, boy.
Hey. Pickaxe. Man, you frighten me, man. What are you doing outside at this time of night?
There's none of your damn business.
Oh, I see. You thief of bread.
If I don't lock your neck, you tell the captain, I'll lock your neck.
Boy, what? Don't threaten me. Remember, I is your superior on the ship, you know.
Superior? Your strength is more superior than mine, though.
You stay there and believe muscles go solve all the problem you have.
There's muscles we gonna need on this trip.
Yeah, we go find out.
Hell, what you doing down here? You?
Who, me? Boy, what? I'm taking a little breeze off. You know.
Take a breeze off. I thought you're supposed to be staying the ship.
Nah, man, the boat know the way.
The boat know the way. The boat know the way.
Pickaxe, advanced navigational science. Something digital setup.
What?
Man, state-of-the-art equipment, Pickaxe.
You know, I never think about that.
Yeah, well, we know. Everybody know you're stupid. You know? Hey, what? All right. Tell me now. You didn't see the captain, no?
You was here a little while ago talking to the Obia woman.
You?
Madame Shango.
Why, she name is Ma Chantel, and she not no Obia woman.
Who she is then?
I don't know, right? Don't ask me. But one thing I could tell you, she not no Obia woman.
Who you want me to ask? There's only two of we up here.
Eh? Not anymore.
Watch and pray. Watch and
What are you looking for, old man? What kind of signs?
sometimes you fool right mango.
Oh God, Patrick, don't talk about right mango now, man.
Oh, what kind of things?
Monkey never know the size of his bam bam. Follow up plum seed. One time,
You see the problem?
Yeah, but what problem?
The older a man get, the more stupid he does talk.
But no, you...
Here we are. Here we are. What's where you from? Kubutong. What's your trade? Masquerade. Set to work. Willy willy lambe, chap chap. Willy willy la, chap chap. I want a penny, chap chap. To go back to hell, chap chap. You see my Chantel, chap chap. She is a Chantel, chap chap. Willy willy lambe, chap chap. Willy willy la, chap chap. I want a penny, chap chap. To go back. Here we are. Here we are. Where you from? Shantytown. What's on your mind? Jump and wine. Set to walk. Captain have a boat, captain have a boat in the ocean, captain have a boat in the ocean. They say they can get him to turn back. Captain have a boat, captain have a boat in the ocean, captain have a boat in the ocean. They say they can get him to turn back. Captain have a boat, captain have a boat in the ocean.
Why, moonlight does do strange things to people, you know.
It does make me hungry.
I see you gentlemen are burning the midnight oil.
How nice. I find myself reflecting with more than a little concern about the great risks that come with venturing out into the unknown. You know what they say about sticking with the devil you know and so on and so forth.
And I find myself reflecting on the navigational equipment. Good night, Pastor.
And it's time for me to bust asleep.
How disappointing. These people aren't very convivial at all. Well, let's hope these lads prove to be more agreeable company. I say, gentlemen, are you having a midnight frolic of some sort?
No, we're just playing.
It's all good. If you don't mind, may I engage you boys a bit?
And what you going to want to do after? You going to want to marry us?
I see you are blessed with great wit. And you, my friend? Yes, you, my friend. You don't seem to be in the mood to converse. Still, your silence will not wipe away the curse.
What curse?
Well, the matter of your pigmentation.
Speak English, Pastor.
Your blackness, my friend.
I ain't ashamed of my blackness, man.
Well, neither should you be ashamed of the thickness of your lips, nor for that matter the length of
the length of what, Pastor?
Never mind.
Good.
Still, you must find it unfortunate that you are the one saddled with blame for the indiscretions of a forefather.
I don't understand what you're talking about, man.
Well, it wasn't you who looked upon Noah's nakedness and shamed the poor old man as he lay in drunken stupor. For your name is Welambe and not Ham.
Look, I still don't understand you.
It is written, my friend. A curse on Canaan, the seed of Ham. See Genesis 9.
See Genesis 9? See Genesis 9. Walk on wine, walk on wine.
It is precisely this rebel spirit that has caused the peril to befall the children of the Cameroon.
Which perils?
Do you think the White Lady was an isolated event? There will be other visitations. More perils will befall this ship.
Let them come. We're not afraid of them.
Face them and be doomed.
No big thing. Just give me a penny to go back to hell, because I've been there already.
You still have time to work on your personal salvation, slave.
And you still have time to move out of my face before I bust him out of my black hand.
Why does the goodly Reverend hurry so? I know. Call of nature.
But boss, you have a problem with my blackness?
What? Not in the least, man. Not in the least.
Thank you, boss. Thank you. Have a minute, Skip?
Sure, mate. What's on your mind?
Take a look. Tell me what you see.
Oh, in these mirrors here?
Yes, Skip?
Well, only the reflection of my ugly face.
Look again, Skip. Tell me what else you see.
Okay, I'll try a different mirror. Same result, my friend. What am I supposed to see?
Things from far coming near. Skip, I think the pastor wants you to change direction.
Of that I am well aware.
So what you go do?
Well, hold the course. Of course. But first, we must get through the night. Okay?
I can't sleep on this antiquette. I can't sleep not knowing my fate. I can't sleep. Something tells me wait. I must sit down here and contemplate. I can't sleep on this old time boat. I can't sleep feeling like scapegoat. I can't sleep. Something in me throat keep telling me it just might not float.
Sleep, Judge, I know it's true. I can't sleep on this floating zoo. I can't sleep. What natty I go to? Can't find no herb, can't find no isla root.
I can't get to watch digital TV.
I can't sleep, cause I'm young and strong. I can't sleep, something might go wrong. And this trip, taking long, long, long. New moon want to sing a brand new song.
Cause things on my mind. What is it that we going to find? Is it more that we left behind? If that's the case, we must take the grind.
We can't sleep, we don't feel so well. We can't sleep, cause we cannot tell if we sail into some future hell. We just cannot sleep and we feel to yell!
Oh God! She almost take him.
What happened? What happened? What's that?
The white lady. She almost take him. She almost take him.
Who?
She almost take the seed of the future generation. The white lady.
I warned you, Captain. They brought the evil with them.
You rancid old blaspheming fool. You ain't see we almost lost a human life?
Look, let us keep our wits about us, all right? This is hardly the time. Stop that. Now everybody calm down. We have just had our first messenger from Advar City, for we have entered the fateful waters.
Captain, that was not no Messenger, that was the white lady.
The white lady you seek so desperately to avoid is none other than the ghost of Madame La Coca.
Madame who?
Madame La Coca, a southern woman of means who perished in these very waters.
What you talking about, Captain?
She sailed upon the frigate SS Columbia. Together with her followers, she practiced satanic rituals and cannibalism on the high seas.
So you mean she actually used to eat?
Yes.
Oh, God.
And according to her, there is no flesh that is sweeter. Poppycock. She had preference for the flesh of the young. She would first hypnotize their victims with magic dust before tearing the flesh off their bones.
So how did she drown, Captain?
The SS Columbia was run down by the Northern Gunboat Fleet.
Yes.
Well, they were captured and made to walk the plank, screaming as they plunged into the shark-infested waters.
Look like we're having another visit. Huh?
Oh, yes. Okay, we must find strength together. Everybody, come, quick, form a circle. Okay, yes, a circle, yes, form a circle. Get inside, come, link up, let's go.
This is hardly the time to be playing ring of roses.
This is the circle of unity, Reverend. It is our only defense. Remain outside, and you too will be her next victim.
Circle of unity indeed.
At times like this, don't be stronger than technology.
Yes, come, Digital, join.
Natty recognizes a crucial situation when Natty sees one.
Come, Natty, run. Yes, join the circle.
Oh God, all you don't see, she try and grab me.
Yes, Miss Donovan, come. Reverend, what you doing? Join the circle and let us pray together. Come, Reverend.
I will pray, all right, to my God. Be gone, demon.
Reverend.
Be gone, demon. Be gone, demon.
Reverend.
Be gone. Open up the circle, children. This thing means business.
Oh, Ma Chantel, this is not the time. Good. Now the pastor and Ma Chantel will now say a prayer of deliverance.
Bind us together, dear Lord.
Bind us together, Jehovah.
Bind us together, Lord, bind us together with cords that cannot be broken.
Let your countenance shine upon us in this hour of need.
Deliver us from the jaws of desperation, dear Lord.
Open up your mighty arms, dear Father, and guide us to the new horizons.
Guide us, Jehovah. Guide us.
Powder, I have powder. We go see who have the stronger powder.
Bind us
together.
It's working. Go.
Bind us together. Bind us together. Lord. Bind us together with love.
Don't touch me, God, we get dirty here.
The zombie appear from out of the blue And you make the pastor jump out his shoe. And what really made everybody yell was the way that he grabbed onto my chantel. So I say to you, oh holy reverend, if courage was money, you didn't have a cent. You walk, you talk, you like to dollary, What? That was a real close shave, you know, fellas.
Yes.
Boy, it's a good thing we are done. We are holding up in a circle, boy.
Yes.
You just circle us every children, you know.
Now all you know why Shotney just dance wrong in a circle.
Yeah, boy. Yeah,
so
boy.
what will happen in the future when Shotney dead? Don't worry, man. Shotney could never dead. He's in with blood.
Oh, what's all this then? Some midnight malingering?
No, Captain, man. We're just exchanging little ideas and things.
Food, fellas! Food!
Captain, I forget to tell you, my Chantel, she take over the galley, you know.
Me first.
Well, hello, Capitan.
Who are you?
All smiles from CNN.
CNN?
The channel of Never, Never.
Never, never. Never heard of it.
Headwaters are dead. And seafarers hallucinate.
Am I hallucinating now?
Maybe yes, maybe no. Can I interest you in today's feature presentation?
What's that?
Today we look at lost civilizations. Tribes who never made it. Migrant people who never had television, and so they perish. But first, a word from our sponsor. And like the Energizer Bunny, the migrant people are going, still going, but never arriving, sailing steadfastly to new horizons, but alas, never arising. For where can superstitious and illiterate people go? What can they know that has not been shown in the soaps and on the opera show? They will never be bold and beautiful, and their world will never turn, except in the channel of Never Never. So stay with us in the channel of Never Never all the days of your lives, sons and daughters, husbands and wives. Let us go boldly to new places, utopias, dystopias, utopias, myopias, enchanting spaces. Say goodbye forever to mud and sacrifice, and eat cornflakes, beefsteaks, and Uncle Ben rice. Embrace new perspectives on gender and sex, and enjoy new likes on Instagram and X. So in your quest for new horizons and your journey to salvation, join with us and build together in a never, never nation.
What happened? What
Simple.
Eh?
I was just chasing a rabbit?
A rabbit? In the middle of the ocean? Boss, you sure you okay?
But I saw him, man. A fella in a funny suit. You didn't see him?
A funny suit? Me not see nothing in funny suit. Boss, you sure you okay?
Oh, wait. Never mind. You hear that? Storm coming. Let's go. Grab a pen. Let's bail. Let's go. Keep bailing. What's happening? Oh God! No! Oh God! What is this? No! God, no! What is going on?
No, Paja, it can't be over yet.
Why can't you all face reality? Don't you see this is the end of the line?
You know what to do. Find fertile soil. Go on, boy.
There must be a way. Captain!
There is a way. We have to repair the damage.
How are we going to do that in these kind of conditions? Didn't you say we must maintain our sanity?
Yes. So let us take stock of our resources.
Good grief! He has taken leave of his senses, resources. Oh God, he got off. Too.
Chaksha. I, Skip. You are gifted with nimble fingers, yes? Yes, Skip. So we will repair the mast and the sail, the torn sail, with the raiment of the passengers.
Aye, Skip.
Yes. Oh, you hear that? The madman wants us to take off our clothes.
We will do what we have to do.
I cannot allow this lewdness, my son, even in these desperate conditions.
Be quiet, Reverend! Miss Donovan.
No.
We have need of your shawl.
No.
Willambi.
No.
Here, sir. Extempo!
I Skip.
Fetch me some rope.
Yes, Skip.
No, he wants to tie us up.
Okay, pickaxe. Your strong arms will serve us well. You will, thank you. We will ease up the mast, steady the mast, and the rest of you passengers, grab a pail and keep bailing the water, all right? Get it steady, hold it in place. Let's go. Easy does it, easy. Very good, all right. Willambi, your agility will be an asset to us right now, so climb up and tie. Secure it. Good. Make sure it's nice and tight. Very good. All right. Now, Shak, is the sail repaired?
Yes, Skip.
All right then. Hoist the sail. Heave! Ho! Heave! Ho! Heave! Ho! Wow. Brothers and sisters, we have done well for ourselves in this crisis. We have. Give yourselves another.
Captain, the storm done?
Yes. And the dawn is breaking.
Captain, is this the place?
I think so, Ma Chantel. These waters approach new horizons.
Hallelujah! Children, we are in the waters of the new horizon.
Look! New horizons! We passed through adversity. Yeah.
We go see we will now.
Yeah.
This calls for celebration.
New horizon is the place we want to be. New horizon is somewhere inside of me. New horizon is a rhythm. New horizon is a soul. New horizon is the vision of the dreams we want to hold. New horizon is an idea of a nation. New horizon is the people's salvation. New horizon is a poem. New horizon is a song. New horizon is creation. Such a jewel in our crown. New horizon is history in the making. New horizon is the vision that we take in. New horizon is the leaving. It's the thing we are. New horizon is the confidence to journey onward far. New horizon is the kind of living. New horizon is the time and place for giving. New horizon is a purpose. New horizon is a hope. New horizon is a sense of being a willingness to cope. New horizon is the vision living on, sailing aboard the SS Cameron. New horizon is our children growing in the sun. New horizon is the sense to know our work is never done. New horizon is the spirit of thanksgiving, humility, and thanking God for living. New horizon is a